Assalamu alaikum, a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of our participants in Zoom and in YouTube, as well as Facebook, who are with us here today, joining this training session globally. Welcome to the Seizing the Day Epilepsy Awareness and Support, today, March 21st, 2023, that is organized by SEAMEO SEN in collaboration with Epilepsy Council, Malaysian Society of Neuroscience. Selamat datang, sawadika, sabaidi, chumripsur, and mabuhay. My name is Soila Muhammad, Program Associate of Southeast Asia Ministers of Education Organization, Regional Center for Special Educational Needs, or SEAMEO SEN, and I will be serving as a moderator for today's training session. Now let's take a look at today's agenda, as you can see on the screen, which will commence from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. Malaysia time. And as you can see, we shall have Talk 1 Fits and Phase by Dr. Ahmad, Talk 2 Epilepsy Types and Treatment by Prof. Hong, Talk 3 Myth and Stigma by Dr. Koo, Talk 4 Epilepsy and Adult Transition by Prof. Tan. And to our participants in Zoom, we will also have breakout case scenario followed by group presentation. Dear distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, epilepsy can affect people of all ages and backgrounds, and it can have a significant impact on their quality of life. And despite advances in treatment and management, many people with epilepsy continue to face social stigma and discrimination, which can further worsen the challenge they face. Therefore, we at SEAMEO SEN definitely feel the need to educate and raise more awareness and support on this highly significant topic And we are absolutely grateful to all of the kind, hardworking, and highly knowledgeable experts on this topic who have been giving us full support and assistance in ensuring that today's training can be materialized. And here they are, Dr. Ahmad Ritardin bin Muhammad, consultant pediatric neurologist from Hospital Kuala Lumpur, Prof. Dr. Tan Hui Jan, senior consultant physician and neurologist, Hospital Chancellor Tunku Mukhlis, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Prof. Dr. Fong Chung Yi, consultant pediatric neurologist, Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya, and Dr. Koo Ching Song, consultant neurologist from Hospital Chancellor Tunku Mukhlis, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And of course, last but definitely not least, we would like to welcome Ms. Wilma Lozada Dimaisip, our sign language interpreter from Paralang Pagibig at Pagasa Integrated Special Education Center, all the way from San Pablo City, Laguna, Philippines. Mabuhay, Ms. Wilma Lozada Dimaisip. Thank you so much for being with us, and we definitely look forward to all of your sharing session later today. Before we begin, it is indeed truly an honor to have Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, the Chairman of Epilepsy Council Malaysian Society of Neuroscience, to deliver his opening remarks. Without further delay, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Prof. Dr. Raymond. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and salam sejahtera. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words at this customized course with the theme Seizing the Day, Epilepsy Awareness and Support. This special course is jointly organized by the SEAMEO Regional Center for Special Educational Needs and the Epilepsy Council Malaysian Society for Neurosciences. Epilepsy is not uncommon. It affects more than 300,000 Malaysians, mostly children and adolescents. That's why it is important for us to recognize the symptoms and signs of an epileptic seizure and to know how doctors investigate and treat patients affected with epilepsy. My heartfelt gratitude especially to Dr. Ahmad Ritardin and his team of speakers who are experienced epileptologists, namely Professor Tan Hui Jan, Professor Fong Chung Yi, and Dr. Koo Ching Sung. I would also like to thank the Timbalan Pengarah of SEAMEO SEN, Dr. Muhammad Azli Sani bin Mat Jalil, Head of Training Puan Monisha binti Mat Shah, and Program Associate Puan Suhaila binti Muhammad. I wish everyone a fruitful and enjoyable course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Raymond, for the welcoming remarks. And on behalf of the team here in SEAMEO SEN, we thank you for your support on this very important topic of epilepsy awareness and support. Now, let us all capture this wonderful moment with all of you here in our Zoom platform. Hello, participants. Can you please turn on your camera? Everyone here, turn on the camera, put a smile on your face. And we'll take a photo session. If you're ready, Mr. Shabil. Okay. Has everyone turned on your camera? Let's take a picture now. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, last one. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Okay, before we move on to our participants who are nominated by their respective Ministry of Education, please pay close attention to this training briefing. Firstly, kindly refrain from using the chat box and comment sections for conversation with other participants. Instead, you may address the questions to the speakers. And please avoid using simplified words in your notes so that the Secretariat and others may understand you better. And it is advisable to use your real name. And we can see that most of you have already changed to your real name because this is important for attendance purpose. If you haven't, kindly please change your name to the one registered with MOE. And as for certificate of attendance, it will be automatically generated in the system. So I will brief you again on the certificate towards the end of the training session later today. Okay, and also to our viewers on Facebook and YouTube, kindly be informed that there will be no certificates given. However, all of you who join this training session may access the materials of the training from the link given on our official SEAMEO SEN Facebook page. And if you need further assistance, you can email us at training@seameosen.edu.my. All right, now without further ado, let us give a warm welcome to our first esteemed speaker for today's first lot on fits and pains, Dr. Ahmad Ritaudin bin Muhammad, consultant pediatric neurologist from Hospital Kuala Lumpur. Dr. Ahmad, thank you for joining us. How are you?
Thank you very much, Haila. I'm very good. I hope you can all hear me. If you can, maybe give a thumbs up or something like that on your Zoom. Excellent. Firstly, I'd like to thank SEAMEO SEN for this collaboration. It's our second time working with SEAMEO SEN on the epilepsy awareness, and it's always been a joy to work with you. And I'm very happy to see that this time we've got an international audience from various countries. I just wonder if each participant can add your country after your name, because I can, sort of guess. Perhaps Mr. Surachet is from Thailand, but I worry that I might get some of the names and countries wrong, because what we hope to do, especially in the group discussion, is to try and get everyone involved. And talk, and it'd be nice to know which country you're from. And I just want to stress before we start the lectures, in the group discussion, there's really no right or wrong answers. I very much encourage you to share your experience, because we get to learn as well. And how the group discussion is going to work is we'll have a few case scenarios so that you can discuss amongst yourselves. It will be led by the speaker, of course, and then try and within the group nominate one or two person to just summarize at the end when we come back to the main room what your discussions have been. It doesn't have to be long. You can just say, a sentence or two about what the main points have been. So I hope everyone, we'll get involved. So I'm going to start with this first lecture on fits and pains. So I hope everything will run well. Okay, we'll start with some definitions first. Now, what are seizures? So seizures really are brain events that result from abnormal, excessive activity of a set of neurons in the brain. And depending on what happens in the brain, you generally classify seizures into two main forms. One is a seizure known as a focal seizure. And that means the seizure starts from just one part of the brain. And depending on which part of the brain the seizure starts from, you might see different manifestations, different ways of how the seizures behave. So just take an example, this is a picture of the brain. If the seizure starts at the part of the brain that controls arm movement, for example, right? As you know, different parts of the brain control different things. So the seizure starts from the part that controls arm movements. You might get, jerking of the arm. If the seizure starts from the part that controls vision, for example, when a person has a seizure, they might experience unusual lights or even images. If a seizure starts from the part that controls speech, for example, during a seizure, their speech may be impaired. Some of these seizures that start in one part of the brain can then spread to involve the whole brain. And that's when sometimes you may witness the whole body stiffening and shaking. In fact, the majority of seizures are focal at the beginning. Right? Now, there's the other major type of seizure are seizures that are called generalized seizures. And what that means is, at the start of the seizure, there's already disturbance of electrical activity involving both sides of the brain. And there are several different types of generalized seizures, including a tonic-clonic seizure. And this is perhaps the most recognizable seizure. Everyone can, will note it, will call this a seizure, because there will be whole body stiffening followed by shaking. Right? But there are more subtle seizures, such as an absence seizures. There'll be one video showing this. And what happens in this seizure is a pupil may just stare and become unresponsive briefly. Other seizures include myoclonic seizure, where you get rapid jerks, or clonic seizures, where you get repeated jerks, involving the whole body, and so on and so on. So sometimes, even with video recordings and recordings of the brain waves, doctors still cannot really differentiate whether this was a focal seizure or a generalized seizure. But that's not so important, because you can still treat them with anti-seizure medications. Now, epilepsy, on the other hand, is a brain condition affecting somebody where someone has had at least one unprovoked seizure. And this is the important word, because if you have a seizure that is provoked by something, for example, a high fever or low blood sugar, then you can't call that an epileptic seizure, because that seizure is provoked by something. Epilepsy is a condition where seizures are unprovoked. And you need to have a high risk of having more seizures in the future before a doctor calls, somebody to have an epileptic condition. And usually this means a diagnosis is made after a person has had at least 2 unprovoked seizures. Again, seizures that are not due to fever or brain infection or intracranial bleeding and so on and so forth. Right. So now you don't need to. You can type your answers or just answer yourself. I just want to give some scenarios so that you understand this differentiation between seizures and epilepsy. So this is a 2-year-old child who's been unwell with a bit of fever and cough, and developed seizures on the 2nd day of illness, admitted to the hospital. While in the hospital, had another seizure, right? So there are 2 seizures now. Do you think this is epilepsy? And we see some, perhaps, you can type your answers. I just want to see some responses. Or thumbs up if you think it is epilepsy. Are we seeing some answers in the chat box?
Yes, we are, Doctor.
Yeah, okay. Oh, look at that. Sorry, I didn't have the chat. Not epilepsy, no. Fantastic. No, everyone says no. Yeah, absolutely right. And that's, I'm sure, as you all know, is because the seizures are provoked, right? Let's have another one. So everyone passed that test. Let's have another test. A 7-year-old boy found to be stiff and shaking early hours of the morning. No episodes previously. So only one episode. Is this epilepsy? And we have some answers. Yes, yes, no, yes, yes, no. Yeah, some yeses and some nos. Yeah, so it's both are right because it depends. You know, what happens? You know, if you've had 2 unprovoked seizures, it's easy. That's clearly seizures. But if you only had 1 unprovoked seizure, you're not entirely sure what is the risk of having more seizures in the future. But if you have something else to help you predict whether somebody can have more seizures in the future, then you can make a diagnosis of epilepsy more confidently. And this extra information usually comes from the investigations that we do following, a presentation like this. So usually somebody with suspected seizures may have an investigation known as the EEG, where you look at the brain waves. And if the EEG, shows changes that are often associated with more seizures in the future, then you can make a diagnosis of epilepsy even after a single seizure. Same goes with the MRI, which is a scan of the brain. If you find some a lesion in the brain that is associated with a high risk of having more seizures, then you can make a diagnosis of epilepsy even after a single seizure. So I hope that is clear. So how common is epilepsy? I think if you look at community studies in various countries, most will arrive to around this figure, between 5 to 8 per 1,000 school children. So it's not uncommon. So if your school has 1,000 school children in your school, you're going to have a few who have epilepsy. And it's the same in Malaysia as well. There's a recent study done by the University of Malaya team and the whole, where we look at the whole country. And the active epilepsy in Malaysia is estimated to be about 4 in 1,000 population. And that translates to just over 30,000 children aged 14 years and less with active epilepsy. So it's fairly common. You do need to have some knowledge about epilepsy. Right, next question. What do you think? How often do we get the diagnosis wrong? So meaning when you suspect epilepsy following an event, but it's actually not. Just have a guess. You can just write chat 1, 2, 3, or 4. So do we get it wrong? Do we get the diagnosis wrong 5% of the time? 20% of the time? 30% of the time? 2, 4, 2, 4, 4, 1, 1. Now, you're not saying that doctors are not clever, are you? Well, actually, those who answered 4 is right. And these are not just your normal GP making the diagnosis. These are pediatric specialists, and they get it wrong as well. More than half of the time, they get the diagnosis of epilepsy wrong. And when you do that, when you get the wrong diagnosis, it may have important implications. It might lead to inappropriate investigations and treatment. When somebody has an event that's not seizures, yet diagnosed as epilepsy, they might be subjected to this brain scan and EEG and all that. And if somebody is suspected to have seizures, potentially, there might be unnecessary restriction of activities, especially in school. It may be associated with lowered education and employment prospects. And subjects may be denied the correct diagnosis and missing potentially treatable conditions. This is another study, and this is looking at neurologists and how often do they get it right. Sorry, not how often they get it right. when these they are referred cases of suspected seizures, what is the eventual diagnosis made? As you can see in the first graph, only a quarter end up with a new diagnosis of epilepsy. More than a third are diagnosed with other non-epileptic events. And in the second graph, you will see other possible diagnoses that were made following evaluation of possible seizures. I'm just going to quickly now go through some of the most common conditions that may mimic seizures. One of them is syncope. A syncope is just simple faints. And you only need to Google on YouTube, just put fainting, and you see lots of videos of fainting. So I don't think you can, I think it'll be easy for you to just see what seizures look like. And often the key about fainting is it usually occurs in certain situations, following prolonged standing. So maybe this Dutch parliamentarian has been standing for a long time, or perhaps following something that's painful or fearful, or if you've been out in the hot sun. And I'm sure many of you have seen school children collapsing, maybe during school assemblies or during parades. So to know whether that event was an epileptic seizure or just a simple faint, there may be some points that can be helpful. It's very important to try and get an accurate description of what happens. Was it because this pupil had just gotten up quickly or had been standing for a long time? Did it happen in a crowded and warm hall, for example? Was there any stimuli, be it fear or pain, that could have triggered this? And there are some unusual triggers as well, such as, you can even faint during, passing urine or passing motion or cough. These are usually are more rare. You do, however, need to be a bit careful if somebody collapses during or following an exercise activity, because that may indicate something more sinister, such as a problem with the heart. Description of what happens during an event also may be helpful. Usually patients who faint may have unusual feelings, such as feeling like they wanted to vomit. They may have some unusual visual or taste or hearing disturbance. How they fall is important. Often those who faint don't just fall flat, they usually slump. Looking at their face color may help. They may have some pallor, or they may look pale or even blue sometimes. And sometimes even common faints may be associated with some abnormal movements, which is why sometimes it can be confused with epileptic seizure. Now, the next one that is perhaps fairly common in classrooms is daydreaming. And so I'm just going to play some video. Bear with me. I hope you can hear. So let's look at this girl who suddenly stops and continues his activity. There's one. There's another one. Continues to play.
Doctor, we can't hear the sound actually. Is it?
Okay. Yeah. Perhaps because I didn't share the.
Okay, Doctor. All right.
That's all right. So the child was, they're all talking to each other. Okay. Now she's playing again. And then she stops. And she stops the skipping rope. And then this her friend was asking, why did you stop? And she didn't know what happened. So that's an example of a generalized seizure known as an absence seizure. So that's when these children may just stare for a brief moment, and be unconscious, right? But these seizure type typically occur multiple times a day when they are not treated. It can occur anytime, just like the video, even during play, it can happen. It may be associated with other movements, and it often occur in normal children. And if you did brainwave testing, this is what you will see, these spikes at the rate of 3 Hertz. Now, this condition is often confused with just daydreaming or inattention in school children. And there are several clues to help you distinguish between the two. Often daydreaming have got a much more variable signs and duration. So a child can daydream even for minutes. You don't get absence seizures lasting minutes. They are mostly 10, 20 seconds or less. Now, daydreaming episodes are much less frequent. And they're usually related to certain situations. Maybe it's during a particular subject in classroom, or when asked to do a task, or it may occur at certain times of the day, after lunch, for example. Usually, daydreaming is not associated with other movements. And they are more often found in children who may have learning difficulties or even autistic features. If you did do an EEG, which, if the history is very suggestive, you don't need one. But if you did do an EEG, you get a normal. Right. So this is another example of some patients with some jerks, which may be confused with an epileptic seizure. If you just see here, it's twitching on and off, involving the nose, involving the head. So this is more subtle. But the next one, is a bit more obvious. It's this jerking of the arm there, initially left, and then right, and then there's head movements, and then arm, and then neck. But you look at the boy, he looks okay. He's fine. And contrast that with this one, which is a boy, in the classroom, doing some work, and then the jerk occurs repeatedly, and he looked quite distressed. So the first video is an example of somebody with what we call motor tics, right? So these are not epileptic seizures, whereas the next one was a seizure type known as myoclonic seizures. And again, there are clues to how to distinguish between these two. A tic only occurs when somebody is awake, whereas seizures can occur during awake and in sleep. If you ask somebody with a tic, often they will say that they've got this urge, this feeling to do these movements, and once the movement has occurred, they feel relieved. Seizures don't behave like that, although some seizures may have an aura or a warning sign. In tics, often the body parts involved are symmetric. So if they've got some jerks on the right side, they need to jerk on the left side so that things feel balanced. Whereas seizures are not like that, although often seizures are fairly occurs in the same manner for each particular patient, or what we call stereotyped pattern. Tics can sometimes be controlled by the individual. That's not the case with seizures. And often in tics, you remain conscious, whereas in seizures, you may lose some awareness. So those are just some examples of events that you may or may not see in school. Some are seizures and some may not be. So how can you help? I think with everything, always you should have some basic knowledge of first aid. And it helps to have these 3 S's in mind. Stay with the patient. Don't panic. Don't run away. You just call the ambulance, because most events will be self-limiting. You want to keep the child, the pupil safe. Create some space for them, and then you want to put them to their side so that they don't swallow on their saliva, on their secretions, and so that their airways remain open. Now, what to do in seizures, that will be covered in the next lecture. If it's somebody with fainting and you've made the diagnosis, a doctor has assessed, and it's somebody who have been diagnosed with fainting, because these episodes can recur, and it would be useful to advise children, if they start to feel faint, to sit down, make sure they have enough ventilation. If they're already down on the floor, perhaps they need to put the legs up. Children with daydreaming, often maybe, or not often, but sometimes may be a sign that perhaps there's a problem with their learning. The classroom perhaps is a bit too difficult for them, or way too easy for them, and hence providing the right amount of education and teaching may just fix the problem. You may need to bring the child to the front, for example. And you may want to teach children who daydream a lot to be aware of what they're doing. Perhaps they can have an alarm watch that rings every few minutes, so that they are to prevent them from daydreaming. And if you're faced with somebody with tics, who's been diagnosed with tics, often what is needed is just reassurance to the pupils and to others, because often it's the other people around the children who may get a bit more worried about these episodes. So I hope in this brief talk I've highlighted that epilepsy is actually a common neurological condition affecting school children. Having said that, there are many other conditions in childhood that may mimic epileptic seizures, and often, an accurate description of the events will go a long way to help doctors to make a diagnosis, and therefore should try and keep detailed description of events that you see affecting your school children, so that you can arrive to the correct diagnosis. I think that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for such a great insight. Definitely an excellent way to kickstart today's session. Let us give a round of virtual applause in the chat box to Dr. Ahmad there. Thank you, Doctor, for your highly informative presentation on the different types of epilepsy. Your clear and concise explanation of focal or partial seizures, tics versus seizures, and the very useful tips on how to help when we encounter such situation, which was very extremely helpful in increasing our understanding of this condition. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. And also, there is a parent here in the chat box. In the chat box in Zoom, Madam Ratna from Brunei, who mentions here that she is a special education needs teacher and also a mother of a child with epilepsy. So perhaps later during the breakout room, Madam Ratna can share her input as well. And,
yeah, that's right. I think if you've got questions, perhaps you can keep them during the breakout sessions.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. And also to remind the participants, as requested by Dr. Ahmad, to include your country name under beside your name. So you can just rename your name into your full name and put your underscore and your country. So Dr. Ahmad and the rest of the speakers will be able to recognize which country you're from. Now let's move on to the second distinguished speaker for today on epilepsy types and treatment. Prof. Dr. Fong Chung Yi, consultant pediatric neurologist from Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya. Hello, Dr. Fong. How are you?
Hi.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hello. I hope everyone's good and awake.
We're great, Prof. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
So, is my screen showing up okay?
Yeah, we can see it clearly, Prof.
All right. Okay. Very good morning to everyone. And I'd like to thank SEAMEO SEN for inviting me to participate in today's symposium. And the thrust of my talk today will be talking about treatment of epilepsy. So how I'll take you through this talk, first of all, I'll just reiterate the importance of improving awareness of epilepsy among teachers, because by improving awareness of epilepsy among teachers, is one of the treatments of epilepsy. So that's very important to note. Then I'll briefly go through what is epilepsy. Dr. Ahmad has talked a lot about that. Just a quick revision for you, know the broad types of epilepsy, and to give you a few more tips to differentiate between focal and generalized epilepsy. Then I'll go to my main bulk of my talk, which is epilepsy treatment, what the aims of epilepsy treatment, what are types of epilepsy treatment, and then finally ending my talk talking briefly about safety, advice, lifestyle advice, and first aid advice. So let's go to the first part of my talk. So you may well have realized in Asia, we know that there is lack of awareness, limited knowledge, and in fact, false belief and sometimes negative attitudes among the general public towards patients with epilepsy. And we know among doctors, the school years represents a very important period for children with epilepsy, because the school years plays a very important role in their social and psychological development. And we know that children with epilepsy have a lot of contact with their teachers and peers in the school. And that's why it's very important for teachers and school children to have an awareness of epilepsy and to have a positive attitude towards children with epilepsy. And we know that good knowledge, good attitude, good awareness is very important. And how do we improve that? Is by providing epilepsy education to ensure that all teachers have medically accurate information and to address potential misperceptions. And that's why in subsequent lectures, you will hear from the other speakers, they'll talk about the myths and so-called fake news of epilepsy among the public. So let's go to the basics first. What is epilepsy? As you know, in our brain, there's many neuron connections. And what I always explain to my patients is that neurons are like electrical cables delivering electrical signals to our brain. And the problem sometimes in these neurons, in these electrical cables in our brain, sometimes the electrical signals are not stable or they are too high. And if they're too high, just like this electrical circuit here, the brain cannot function properly, because what happens is that you get a short circuit. You get an electrical short circuit within the neurons in the brain, and ultimately that leads to epilepsy. So that's essentially abnormal electrical signals. They are not stable or too high in the brain, and that results in the brain not functioning properly, causing epilepsy. So what types of epilepsy are there? And Dr. Ahmad has talked about that briefly just now. If there's abnormal electrical signal in just one part of our brain, this is a picture of our brain, maybe here you can see this excessive electrical activity in the back part of the brain here. We have this condition called focal epilepsy. That means, one part of the brain is only affected, and that can present in many different types of symptoms. Often they may be confused. Sometimes the patient may be aware of what has happened. So after the event itself, even though they may not be responding, they can recollect and remember what has happened. Sometimes, depending on which part of the brain is affected, they can lose control of one part of the body. So focal epilepsy, tends to be, sometimes a bit more subtle, may not be as clear that they're having a seizure to the general public. Because most general public just presume epilepsy as having stiffness of the whole body. On the other hand, if you have abnormal electrical signal in the whole of the brain, like this picture here, then you get generalized epilepsy. And then the signs and symptoms of that, maybe what the general public may be more used to is that you suddenly lose control of the whole body, causing whole body jerking and loss of consciousness. So all these patients will not be able to recollect what happened during the seizure itself. They will have lost consciousness. Okay. So what to do if you witness a child with seizure? And it'd be interesting to know from the chat box how many of the teachers here have witnessed a seizure before. Can you all just put a thumbs up if you have witnessed a seizure before in your classroom, or you've seen a seizure itself per se? Yeah, there's a few hands up there. Good. Hang on. Yeah, so the important thing to note is that you can a lot of teachers, in fact, will have witnessed seizures in school, and you are a very important component of what we doctors want to know what happened, because you are considered our first responder. You are considered the person that's first at the scene to witness this seizure. So what do I tell people who are witnessing this? Because this is very important, because what you see will tell us doctors whether this is a focal seizure, focal epilepsy, or generalized epilepsy, will tell us whether this is epilepsy or not, and will tell us what the right treatment is. So the first thing when you witness a possible seizure is, stay calm, ensure the child is safe. So if they're at a corner, bring them out from the corner, just putting them on a flat ground. Then always time the seizure, and if you have other people around, we want to try to video this event, because often for us doctors, we want to see what actually happened to really be more accurate of whether this is a seizure or not. During this time, of course, you may be supporting the child and all. You can try to assess awareness of the child. Okay, you can call the child's name, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you lift your hand up, for example, just to see whether they're able to follow commands. Yeah. And then sometimes, if you, we can also say, try to remember something, try to remember a specific object. So often in a patient who is seizing, we'll say, okay, can you lift up your hand? If they cannot lift up hand, we say, don't worry, don't panic, just try to remember this thing, red ball, or just a very simple object. Because later when they wake up, you want to assess their awareness during the seizure, because that will help us decide whether this is a focal or generalized epilepsy. Okay, you'll be surprised. Some patients who may have lost consciousness, but then when they wake up, they say, I can hear you, teacher, I can hear you, teacher. And you ask me to remember a red ball, for example. Then we know that awareness was intact. Okay. The other thing that we tell teachers is that when this thing is happening, you look at what's happening to see if there's any suggestion that the seizures may be a focal seizure. So we always say, always look at the head and eyes to see if the head and eyes are looking to one side, turning to the left or turning to the right. Or most often than not, a lot of people say the eyes are just looking straight ahead. But we are interested to know if the head has actually turned to one side, because that may indicate that this is a focal seizure. The second thing that we're interested in, if when the body is stiff or jerking, you want to tell us whether is it jerking both sides or just one side. Yeah, so you want to look at all the legs and hands and see, oh, is it just one side that's jerking, more right side than left side? And just try to take a note of that, because in focal epilepsy, it's more likely to just affect one side of the body. And finally, sometimes you say, oh, they might be stiff. Yeah, you want to see whether they are stiff symmetrically or stiff asymmetrical, one hand up, one hand down, like that. You want to look at the symmetry of the posture, just to understand whether this is a focal or generalized epilepsy, because sometimes a focal epilepsy, they may have asymmetrical posturing. So they're not stiff symmetrically. Okay. So those are just a few things to bear in mind, because often, when we ask parents, they say, yeah, Dr. Fong, that time I just panicked. Everything is jerking. I can't remember. Eyes open or close, I can't remember. Eyes or head turned to one side, I can't remember. And that's okay, because we know that, it's a scary moment, to witness a child having a seizure. But we always tell teachers to stay calm, because that's what we want to know. Are they awareness? Is it intact or not? Are they able to follow commands? Can they remember what happened? And then look at what the seizure is. Is it mostly from one side or the other side? Always remember, look at the face, look at the eyes. Are they looking to one side or the other side, or is the head straight? So those are the few things that's important. Okay. Move to the next slide. So after this, they often come to see us because, and often is a teacher say, okay, you Pergi, you go and see a doctor before you come back to see us again. And it's actually nothing magical that we do. What we do is, again, when they see me, we analyze the events again. So actually the witness account is so crucial. And often what the parents will do is that, you better call the teacher. The teacher will explain because I wasn't there. Okay, so at the end, I will still have to speak to the teacher. Yeah, so it's very important you have a witness account of this, because I'll then have to analyze the events and then decide whether this is epileptic or non-epileptic based on what Dr. Ahmad has shared in his previous slide. If I'm worried that this is epilepsy, I can do a few tests. One of it is an electrical brainwave test called an EEG, to look at the electrical activity in the brain to see if there's any abnormal activity. And also sometimes, in some circumstances, I may do a brain MRI scan to look at whether there's any abnormal brain structure in the brain. Okay, so that's broadly the first part of the talk. And now we will go to epilepsy treatment. And why are we interested in treating epilepsy? The first thing we are very interested in treating epilepsy is because we're worried that seizures can cause injuries and accidents. And I believe a lot of you teachers in schools are worried about that, and we know that can happen. We know that if a child falls down having a seizure, they can have an injury to themselves. Sometimes, very rarely, they can have a brain injury. Sometimes, very rarely, they may have high mortality. They may pass away because of a seizure itself. And we know that as a rule of thumb, and this is a very old study in 1997, that showed that the risk of injuries is much higher if you have a seizure that is more than one convulsive seizure a month. Yeah. And so if any child that sees me with more than one convulsive seizure a month, we are worried about injuries, because this study has shown that if you have more than one seizure a month, your risk of having a head injury has increased to 32%, compared to those that have less than one seizure a month. Your risk of having burns, injuring yourself, if someone's in the kitchen causing a burn, 11%, dental injury, damaging your teeth increased to 15% from a baseline of 10%. And other injuries have also doubled from 28% to 40%. And that's why if any child that sees me with a convulsive seizure, more than one convulsive seizure a month, we will definitely think about treatment. Okay, so, and this is out there. We know in the newspaper sometimes that you see, people pass away from seizures. We have a PhD student who passed away while in custody in Malaysia from a seizure, died of seizure while asleep. Famous actor, Disney star, died due to epilepsy, and other people drowning due to a seizure also. So this epilepsy is not something to just take lightly in one sense, but we need to get the right balance. And that's what I'll talk about more later. The other aims of treatment is to reduce the long-term effects of epilepsy. One of it, of course, is decline in academic and learning performance. We want to reduce the negative impact of physical, psychological, social, and emotional development. We know a lot of students that come to see me, they say, Dr. Fong, when I tell my teacher I have epilepsy, they straight away tell me I cannot do physical exercise. Yeah, I have to go just rest. In Malay, we say rehat, kena rehat. Yeah, so they just because teachers seem to think that if they increase their stress or physical activity, they may cause a seizure, and that's later inaccurate. Yeah, we also want to prevent reduction in social activities, prevent the child from being unable to make friends. We want to also prevent the negative impacts of behavioral difficulties, depression, increased anxiety, and ultimately also prevent negative impact on their school attendance and participation in recreational activity. The other things that we want to try to prevent, of course, is to prevent further seizures from happening, because if you don't treat seizures, with time they become more frequent and they may be more difficult to treat. Okay. So in summary, the reason why we want to treat is we want to reduce the risk of accidents, injuries, possible death due to the seizure. Secondly, we want to reduce the negative impact to development and learning in the patient. We ultimately want to allow the patient to have a healthy physical, emotional, and social development like peers. And we want to prevent the epilepsy from becoming more difficult to control. And ultimately, for us pediatric neurologists, we want to allow the child to experience a normal childhood and normal school experience like other children. So in Malaysia, in the government schools, this is the second day of school for our government school children. Everyone's anxious. Yesterday there was traffic jam because all parents were sending their kids to school. My staff nurse had to take leave. They said, Dr. Fong, I want to make sure my child's first day of school is perfect. Yeah. And that's the same, for any child, whether they have epilepsy or not, we wanted them to have a perfect school experience. And that's the whole purpose of this talk today. What other treatments of epilepsy we advocate? Okay, broadly, the treatments of epilepsy that we have is healthy lifestyle. We'll talk about that briefly later. Individualized support to the child and family. For us doctors, we opt for anti-seizure medication. That's our main treatment of choice. And other smaller proportion of children, we may offer epilepsy surgery. We may offer a special diet called ketogenic diet. We may offer other special devices like vagal stimulation. But for you as teachers, the main thing you need to know, the treatments of epilepsy are the top three: healthy lifestyle, individualized support to the child and family, and anti-seizure medicine. So what's the sort of healthy lifestyle? The top number one healthy lifestyle, I tell all children, is getting enough sleep. And that's the most important. I'm not sure how life is like in Brunei or Thailand or in the other ASEAN countries. But I can tell you in Malaysia, the kids' life is busy. The average bedtime that they sleep, I can tell you, for some primary school students, 11 p.m. at night. Yeah, I don't know what they do, but they seem to be very busy at night. Yeah, they only sleep by 11 o'clock at night. And I tell all parents, these kids need enough sleep, a bare minimum of 8 to 9 hours a day. And really, by 10 o'clock or 9:30, they should slowly get ready for bed. Yeah. What else do I tell them? I don't know about my other Asian countries, but I can tell you there are many channels in our TV channels. There's Astro Channel. That's one of our multi-channel network. Of course, now there's Netflix, there's HBO and all. It's crazy. Yeah. And I tell them it's very important to reduce prolonged screen time. Yeah, they shouldn't watch too much TV, play too much PlayStation, spend so much time on their phone, and we say usually a maximum of 2 hours a day of recreational screen time should be for teenagers. In fact, for primary school age, even less than that. We always encourage physical exercise, recreational social activities, having a healthy diet. For teenagers, Westerners, we say avoid smoking and alcohol and learn to manage stress. Yeah, and ultimately, any teenager that comes to my clinic, I will tell them this: don't watch so much TV, don't play so much PlayStation. They will say, Dr. Fong, I don't have PlayStation in my house. I won't play the games. Then I say, show me your pocket. Do you have a mobile phone in your pocket? They slowly sneak out the mobile phone. I see, don't play Candy Crush, don't play Mobile Legends, don't play any of this. devices, and of course, ultimately, make sure you have enough sleep. Okay, in terms of the anti-seizure medicine, the main types are chosen based on their age, their type of seizure. That's why it's important to know whether it's focal or generalized epilepsy. That's why your witness account, you are our first responder. You have to tell us what you see, and that will help us decide what treatment they're going to receive. Often they need to be taken daily, twice a day, and they need to take for long periods, often usually 2 years. At least 2 years. But what I tell parents and teachers is that 70% of children with epilepsy will become seizure-free using the appropriate medicine. So it's important to know that we can control these seizures. So even a child of epilepsy, they should be able to go to school. They should be able to be treated like all their other peers, because we can control their seizures with the right treatment. Okay, how does it work? We say that the medicine improves the balance of chemicals in the brain, and sometimes there are chemicals that cause too much excitation of the electrical activities versus those that cause inhibition. So what happens is, like when we give the medicine, we try to get the right balance between excitation and inhibition. So we reduce excitation chemicals, and that stops the seizures. So in summary, as a doctor, yes.
You've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes coming. Okay, very good. I'm going to rush this. So the other one that I want to show you is emergency medicine. Sometimes we give that, and as a teacher, you might see that. If the seizure lasts more than 5 minutes, we can give a suppository medicine that's given through the backside, and the mothers are trained to do that. Paramedics are trained to do that. So if there are seizures more than 5 minutes, they administer this. Sometimes we give it through the gums. So that's buccally given through the gums for seizures more than 5 minutes. Good. And finally, just safety risks. I want to just share that the overall risk of children with epilepsy is small. All we want to say that simple strategies can allow a child to have a full lifestyle. So all parents will ask me, can my child swim? I say, yes, with some supervision. Can my child go camping? I say, yes, no problem. Can my child do other contact sports like taekwondo? Yes, no problem. And ultimately, when they reach young adults, can they drive? Yes. So you will see in our lecture and later in the breakout room, when we ask you the questions, can they do this? Can they do that? Most of the time, just say yes. Okay, just say yes. Okay, because ultimately, they can still experience a full childhood with the right supervision. Okay, so what we always tell parents, if they have epilepsy, they need to tell teachers about the disease in detail, what the triggers of the seizures are, what are types of seizures they get, and what to do emergency and when to give the emergency medicine. Okay, in terms of participation, they can participate in almost all activities like other children. The only certain activities that may need some precautions, cycling, swimming, or water-based activities. Those 3 activities, they need supervision. They can't cycle alone because, especially in a busy road, they might get an accident. Swimming, supervised, someone should be there in case to prevent them from drowning. And overseas, we say unable to participate in activities like high heights, rock climbing, abseiling, scuba diving, those sort of things. Other things, they should be able to participate, no problems. Okay. And what I just want to emphasize is that students with epilepsy in their schools should not be discriminated, because there's still schools where students are not allowed to do sports or outdoor activities. And that's something we will stress in our breakout room. Okay, in terms of other things, sometimes we tell teachers, just be aware, like in your science labs, just take some usual precautions when you have experiments that involve fire, because sometimes the injuries might happen there. Cooking classes, if they're going to sit in their classrooms, maybe not in the corner beside glass windows. When they go to the bathroom, we advise the students not to lock the bathroom door. Okay. And then always tell them to eat their medicine at the right time. And sometimes children with very frequent, multiple times a day seizures, we say maybe you want to consider wearing an epilepsy bracelet, epilepsy passport, so having some details of your epilepsy in your wallet, just in case in public on the road they find you seizing, they know what to do and who to call. And the first aid stuff, Dr. Ahmad has mentioned that, very quickly, don't panic, time it, loosen the collar, just turn them to the side, don't put anything in their mouth, gently hold them, don't restrain them, and then if their seizures are more than 5 minutes, to give the emergency medicine and call the ambulance if the seizures do not stop. So there you go. I hope based on the summary of my talk, you realize that it's important to have high awareness and positive attitude to epilepsy. Majority of children can be fully treated. What we want to emphasize is that students with epilepsy should not be discriminated. Simple strategies can reduce the risk of injuries without affecting a child's lifestyle, and all children with epilepsy should be given the opportunity to fulfill their full potential in their school. With that, I'll end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Fong, consultant pediatric neurologist from Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya, for such a great insight, a truly mind-boggling session with you, Prof. Let us give a round of applause.
Sorry, I overran.
It's okay. Thank you for your highly informative presentation. And the importance of improving awareness amongst teachers, the good knowledge, attitude, and awareness on epilepsy, Prof. Doctor. And also, this is what we're doing now in SEAMEO SEN and Epilepsy Council. We want, and the teachers and participants who are attending today is gearing up to, we want to increase more awareness and what you can do, not to panic when you witness a child with seizure that can be critical in ensuring the safety and well-being of the child. So we want to minimize any potential harm or injury as well. And like Dr. Paul mentioned, ultimately, we want to allow the child to experience harmonious childhood and school experience like others. So thank you so much, Dr. Fong. Now, Dr. Ahmad and Dr. Tan, as well as Dr. Koo, are we ready for breakout room session? And to
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. So, it's our team from Strategic Communication Unit, Mr. Eddie, Mr. Shabil. Are you guys ready for the breakout room? I would like to remind other participants, please remember which breakout room you are in, so that if you accidentally left, so we can put you in the room again. There will be one group with Dr. Ahmad, one group with Dr. Fong, one group with Dr. Tan, and one with Dr. Koo. So
maybe once while, since we are just over time, can we come back at 10:40 instead of 10:30?
10:40. So we go for a break at 10:40, yeah?
Yeah. Would that be okay? No, we don't go for a break at 10:40. We all come back to the main room at maybe 10:35, maybe 10:35.
10:35 cukup lah.
Okay.
But everybody comes back to the main room, yeah? Because what we want is for each group to just say 1 or 2 words about what they discussed.
Sure, sounds great, Doctor. So we'll come back at 10:35 to the main room, and we have a short presentation, right, Doctor?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So don't call it presentation, because people might become nervous. So
just sharing session.
Sharing session.
Sharing session sounds great. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Eddie, Mr. Shabil, if you're ready, we're gonna put them in the breakout room. All right, there you go. If you can see on your screen. Dr. Ahmad will remain here, yeah, Doctor? You and Ms. Ma and I will be here in the main room, and the rest will be in the respective breakout rooms.
So what do? Do I close all rooms, or do I join a room?
Hold on. Mr. Eddie will assign you. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
No worries. I myself have lots of questions. I have lots of questions about this.
Well, you can't ask any questions.
I can't. I preemptively. Okay, we'll wait for the okay. All right. They are all right now into their breakout room respectively. Perhaps Dr. Ahmad, you can already start while they are in the breakout. Yeah, we're in the main room right now.
Okay. Right. So you all can see, yeah?
Yeah, we can see that.
I'm just checking how many do we have. One sec. Hang on a second. So, so we've got 32 in this room, yeah? If you're not shy enough, can you all put your video on so that I can look for my victim? I see mostly Malaysian names. Some from overseas. You're going to be targeted, unfortunately. Maybe we can start with this case scenario of a 13-year-old girl who just entered school, and then sorry, that's case number 2. I don't want that. I just want case number 1. Right, 12-year-old who at school collapsed and was apparently reported to be shaking while you were teaching. So you didn't actually see the event. So the questions to discuss are, describe what could have happened. Maybe we start with that first. I hope you don't mind me just calling out names, yeah? And then maybe you can start. How about Mr. Khan from Sabah? Khan Fook Kyong? Mr. Khan here? Okay, maybe there's a problem with what about Hartuti? Hartuti? No? Okay. What about anyone just volunteering? And don't worry, as I mentioned, don't worry about saying whatever. There's no right or wrong. So this, if you see a child who the school his classmates came to you and said somebody just collapsed in the classroom. What are the possibilities, do you think? Could it be a seizure?
Doctor, is it okay if they turn on your microphone and camera? It's okay, right? Or
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's great.
Yeah. So you can hear me, right? Okay, good. Do you think... good. Sorry?
It's not so good.
Oh, your internet is not so good. Okay.
No.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, let's ask. See if internet connection from Brunei is any better. Encik Tadri.
Doctor, there's a reply in the chat box.
I'll reply in the chat.
Yeah.
Siti Husna, how frequent she get epilepsy? I'll ask that. Low in sugar, maybe she have diabetes. Yeah. So, well, young children can also get diabetes, sure. Not as common as adults, but that's a very good point. It's always important to try and ask if a school child has any medical problem. So that's a very good point. So it could be a hypoglycemic event that we call it hypo, and they just collapse. Yeah, so that's a good point, Siti Husna. Nur Shafika, maybe warm temperatures. Okay, yeah, crowd space. So if you can ask Nur Shafika, warm temperature, crowd space, what will that cause? What do you think could have happened to this student who was found collapsed on the floor? Shaking body, yeah, he may be shaking, but what is the cause of the shaking? Is it seizure? Is it not seizure? Let's try and get back to seizure. Okay, it could be seizure. It could be. Could it be something else? I really would like some video and vocal participation if possible. Please don't be shy. If you want to speak in Malay, that's also completely fine, and we can translate for the benefit of our colleagues from overseas. How's that? Just try and how about our friend Encik Muhammad Tadri from Brunei? Hey.
Yes. Okay.
How are you?
Can you hear me? I'm okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm just
Yeah, okay.
trying to see if I can see your video.
Oh, sorry. I switched off my camera. Okay, I tried this.
Fantastic. Encik Muhammad Tadri, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining. What do you think?
For the first part, I think we expect what could possibly
What do you
happen.
think? What are the possibilities?
Or maybe she's unwell. Oh, she's not feeling well on the day. On that, maybe she has fever.
Yeah.
All the possibility. Yeah.
So if somebody is unwell, having fever, and maybe didn't have breakfast,
Yeah.
and then collapse.
Yeah.
What do you think is the cause of the collapse? Do you think it's a seizure or not a seizure? What's more likely?
More likely a seizure.
You think
me.
it's seizure? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something.
What about other things? Mr. Surashet, maybe you wanna join the discussion. So this girl, we're saying that on the day that she collapsed, she was a bit unwell. She had a bit of fever, and maybe she didn't have breakfast. Do you think that would be a seizure or not a seizure? The cause of the collapse. Mr. Surashet, can you hear us?
Yes. In my opinion, is she's some type of seizure.
You think it's some kind of seizure? Okay. Does anyone else have a different opinion? Hang on, siapa ni? Shafika tadi said it was a seizure. What about Ratna? Ratna around?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yes. Yeah. From my experience,
Yes.
maybe different student, experience different things that trigger her to the seizure. So, maybe the lack of sleep, maybe the weather, yes, too cold or too hot, too much light, and too much, exposure to the screen and lack of sleep, and that all will contribute with the happening of the seizure.
Very good. Ratna, where are you from?
I'm from Brunei.
Brunei. Okay.
Yes, I'm from Brunei.
Yeah. So those are very good points, and those are often things that can trigger seizures.
Yes.
But let's assume this was a girl with no past history, right? Okay. Never had any history of epilepsy or seizures. She's in standard 6 or year 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's been unwell. She had a bit of a fever, maybe She didn't sleep that well, and she didn't have breakfast.
Okay.
And maybe during the assembly, she or as she was chatting with her friends standing outside the classroom, she collapsed.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
What are the possible reasons for her collapse?
Okay, I experienced that in during assembly. There is a student is suddenly collapsed and fell down. Yeah. So I investigate that she have no breakfast in the morning.
Yeah. So what is the cause of that collapse? What do you call that?
Maybe sugar level of her sugar level, low sugar level.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe a low
Yes.
sugar level. Although
sugar.
although it's quite rare for healthy people to
Yes.
collapse from low sugar. No, we all many of us are Muslims. We fast for a long time, right? But we never collapse because the body is very good at regulating the sugar. So even if you didn't,
I think there is others if others condition that is a factor of his her collapse, because maybe at maybe last night she spent too much on the screen. She has I investigated that yes, lack of sleep, and maybe she's stressed.
Very good.
Stress. Yeah.
Let's try Siti Suraida. Siti Suraida, Binti Side. Nak jawab in Malay also, okay? You rasa kenapa dia collapse?
Macam mana soalan?
Okay, ni budak 12 tahun ni, dia orang kawan-kawan jumpa collapse on outside the classroom. Apa kemungkinan punca collapse? What are the possible reasons for the collapse? Is it seizure or not seizure? If it's not seizure, kalau bukan sawan, what are the possibilities? We have mentioned hypoglycemia. Kita dah cakap mungkin hypoglycemia as the cause. But what about other reasons?
Okay, for me, mungkin dia ada sawan. Bila
Maybe
sawan,
seizure,
mungkin disebabkan kepanasan, hot, very hot.
Okay, so you mentioned it could be seizure because of hot weather. That is true.
Yes.
Sometimes seizures can be triggered. We mentioned just now in the definition, epilepsy is unprovoked seizure, right? But there can be seizure triggers, things that can cause somebody who has epilepsy to have an attack. So examples of seizure triggers are exactly like what you said. Maybe it was a hot day, or maybe like Puan Ratna said, it was because of lack of sleep. Right? Okay. Could it be something else other than seizure? Mungkin tak dia collapse tu bukan sebab sawan?
Mungkin.
Okay, apa kemungkinan? What are the possibilities? If it's not seizure, what could it be?
Yes, mungkin dia tidak bersarapan pagi, ataupun dia tak cukup tidur.
No breakfast and not enough sleep. So what do we call that? If somebody collapses, but it's not seizure, what do we call that? Apa kita panggil? Blackout, stroke harbor, Shafika, blackout. Blackout. Okay, I'm not sure if you can agree with all blackout. Is there a simpler way? Do you remember anything from my lecture? Please, anyone, help me. Tired. Yeah, could be stroke harbor, heat stroke, maybe. What about Nazida? What do you think? What example did I
Doctor.
show? For Nazida. You remember in my lecture, I said, sometimes a faint is not a seizure, it's something else, right? Well, sorry, I already gave the answer. Somebody can collapse due to?
Nak panggil apa Kalau macam dia berkemungkinan dia migraine tu, Doktor?
Migraine, yeah, migraine can yeah, they can. So what I was trying to get at is the word fainting or pengsan in Malay.
Pengsan.
Pengsan, yeah. So fainting. So somebody can collapse because of a simple faint. The other word for fainting is syncope. SYNCOPE. That's the other word, right? And simple faint can occur because of all these things that you mentioned, because of lack of sleep, because no breakfast, because maybe a crowded room. See, what happens in a faint is there is not enough blood supply to the brain, not enough oxygen to the brain. So imagine if you've been standing for a long time, your blood collects at the bottom part of your body. It doesn't get enough, it doesn't get up to the brain. And that's why you can faint, right? And that's not seizure. That's not a seizure. Because a seizure is when the brain wave is abnormal. Okay? So far, any questions? Ada apa-apa soalan pasal fainting? Pengsan, semua orang, everyone has seen children fainting, right? Okay. Who has not seen fainting? Siapa tak pernah tengok budak pengsan? Thumbs up, please. Okay, everyone has seen. Good. Right. Okay. Let's try and go to the next one. Yeah. Don't worry about syncope. That's right. Faint. That's right, Chapter 3. So if you get called and you see this student on the floor, is just collapsed, can anyone describe what they would do? Now let's go down the room. Maybe Puan Zaitun? Alamak, kena kat aku. Oh no, it's me that have to answer. But that's all right. Are you willing
Hello,
to?
Dr. Ahmad.
Yes, Puan Zaitun.
Yeah,
So
saya.
what would you do? So there's a student who's collapsed.
Okay. Biasanya saya masa saya mengajar dulu, saya pernah terjadi seperti itu, murid tiba-tiba collapse.
Yep.
Then saya agak panik jugalah.
Yep.
Tapi kami beberapa orang murid juga kami cuba untuk bagi ruang kepada dia untuk ada udara. So kipaskan, then
so you panic, but then you give them some space for some ventilation. Good.
Okay. Dan kami kipas, then dia dah macam clenching gigi.
Oh, he was clenching the teeth. Okay.
So seorang murid berlari ke kantin dan ambil sudu just untuk elakkan dia tergigit.
Oh no, a child went to find a spoon to try and put in the mouth. Oh no. So what did you do? Did you do that?
Dia just masukkan dekat mulut dia, dan kami just bagi dia.
So you put the spoon in the mouth.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I pun tak pasti sebab itu first time I alami.
All right.
Sebab
So
I
you
belajar di
weren't
sekolah
sure
biasa.
it was the first time you experienced.
Yes, then ada yang bagi tahu itu caranya untuk mengelakkan daripada dia gigit.
Somebody told you
Yeah.
that if somebody is clenching their teeth, to prevent that, you put a spoon in.
Yeah.
Okay, who told you that?
I pun forgot. It's about 20 years ago.
Okay. And then what happened?
I dah forgot dah. Tapi after that, murid sebut dah mungkin bila dia dah dapat pengudaran yang baik, and then dia sedar balik.
Okay, so after a bit of ventilation, she became awake. She woke up.
She woke up.
Yeah. So that's actually a very typical description of well, we don't know what happened before she collapsed. Do you remember where it happened?
Dalam kelas.
Dalam classroom.
Yes.
Okay, it was in the classroom. So what was she doing before she collapsed?
I forgot.
Was she standing up or was she sitting down?
No, sitting down.
Right. Okay.
Alright.
So we don't know. It could have been a seizure, right? Because with fainting, pengsan, or this syncopal attack, usually it's in specific situations. For example, during assembly, because it's a small hall, maybe it's crowded, maybe the ventilation is not so good. Or, during, or because they've been standing for a long time. Remember, when you stand for a long time, blood goes down, and it's blood pools down at the legs, and then there's not enough blood supply to the brain. Sometimes fainting occurs because it's hot weather. They've been in a march outside in the school field, and they've been marching for a long time. That can also sometimes cause. But the main point, I suppose, from these discussions is not every child who collapses at school is because of seizure, right? It could be because of other things. It could be fainting is a main thing that can look like seizure. Other things would be something like the ones that I showed in the lecture. Maybe they have a tic disorder. They have some twitching of their face or something like that. Or maybe they were just daydreaming in the classroom, right? So I hope that's the main point that you get from this discussion, because I think we're going to be called to the main room very briefly. So would anyone volunteer to just summarize what we discussed? Who is going to be my Tuan Amy? Are you willing to be the spokesperson? You can speak in Malay. Cakap Melayu pun tak apa. In the main hall, kejap lagi. Tuan Amy? Renuka? No?
Yes, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you think you can just, when we come back to the main room, just say just tell a little bit, maybe one or two things, what we discussed in this breakout session? I think the main point is to drive home is, whenever you see someone collapsing in school, stiff or collapse, it's not just seizures. It could be something else. It could be, fainting. It could be low blood sugar, like somebody mentioned in the beginning.
Okay.
Right?
So I have to summarize lah. That means.
Yeah. You can you can say whatever discussions that we have. We can say that in the group discussion, everyone was shy and didn't want to turn on their video.
Okay, I will try my best, doctor.
Okay, no problem. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Right, we've got time before we are pulled to the main room. Are there any questions? Do you find this is useful? You know, thumbs up if you think it's useful. It's a useful training, because it's something that we would like to do from time to time. We feel it's useful. Maybe we'll try and engage with more sessions. Thank you, Siti Husna, for your feedback.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes.
I just want to ask.
Yes.
Because from my experience, so my daughter has been with this epilepsy since 2008.
Right.
She was 16 at that time, 16 years old. Now she's 29.
Yeah.
So it happened lately. It happened frequently.
Yeah.
I think because she has too much with a screen, or maybe screen, because she's special actually. She has Down syndrome with autistic.
Right. So whenever we have children or adults who have ongoing seizures, despite treatment, we will assess a few things. One, if we can understand what sort of seizure it is. Is it a focal seizure or generalized seizure? So that requires EEG, sometimes prolonged EEG. Overnight. Then maybe we need to do a scan, of brain scan, see whether she's got anything in the brain that is the cause of the seizures. Because sometimes, if she has something in the brain like a lump or something, you need to remove it before the seizures stop.
Oh, see.
Then the third thing would be to look at her treatment.
Okay.
Because certain seizures respond differently to different anti-seizure medications. You're from Brunei, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
I think my daughter have a generalized seizure because the whole of her body are jerking. It's jerking.
Yeah.
And
so we need to see whether the treatments are adequate, appropriate. But it is sometimes, unfortunately, we cannot always control all seizures. Even if we use the best drugs, sometimes we cannot control.
Actually it's look like macam mencemaskan lah, doktor. Kalau it's happened, it make me yes. Kasihan.
Yeah. So Renuka, ready? You will be flying the flag for group number 1.
Oh, okay, doctor. Thank you.
If you can, turn on your video. We want to see what you look like. Don't worry if you can't. Yeah, because I think Puan Swaila has already signaled that you're going to be called to the main room.
Hi, Doctor.
Yep. Okay.
We'll be coming back into the main room shortly.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I make them back. Right. Thank you, Doctor. You can wrap up your session shortly.
Yep. We've wrapped up. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Shabir, Mr. Rusnedi, we can bring the participants back into the main room right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know about how the others fared in your groups, but I think most teachers are a little bit shy. They didn't want to turn on their videos and didn't really want to. But that's fine. I think it may be. I suspect partly also language is perhaps more people are comfortable speaking in Malay, and they were a bit shy to speak in English. So I allowed Malay answers in our group, and I just translate that.
Yeah.
So maybe for the next session we can do that if you're struggling.
Okay, Prof.
But so maybe just before we go for a break, each group have a volunteer to just say 1 or 2 words. Doesn't matter what you want to say. So from my group, it's Puan Renuka. Go, Puan Renuka. Make us proud.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, I'm representing Group 1. Okay, just now we had a discussion about case 1 that happens for a 12 years old girl who is suddenly collapsed and shaking in the class. Okay, in this situation, doctor, just now we discussed with the doctor what is the cause of the incident. Okay, so from our discussion, we had decided it is not because of just seizures. It is maybe can cause with other possibilities such as it could be something else like maybe the student got lack of sleep, and also the other possibility is the kid maybe had no breakfast early in the morning, or with low energy. Okay, and then
yeah,
that it
that's right,
cause
and
to the collapse in the class.
Yeah, and we mentioned the word faint, right? So as a differential, as a possible explanation, and maybe somebody who has who actually have a problem with blood sugar, and low sugar can sometimes cause somebody to collapse. Thanks very much, Veronica. You did great. So the main point is, not everyone who falls is because of a seizure. It could be due to something else. Fainting being the common other cause. Maybe from Prof. Chung Yee's group. Prof. Fong?
Yeah, we nominated someone.
Yeah.
Please don't abandon us now.
Okay.
Who is going to summarize?
Okay, let me. Nur Fadila.
Okay, Nur Fadila. Okay.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum and good morning. I'm from Group 3. In our case, a 12 years old girl collapsed and shaking in the class while we are teaching. And what will we do if this situation happen? For our discussion, what we will do is, first thing is, we make the students safe, the environment safe, and the second, we must observe the seizure. For example, we see the which part the student jerking, which part his head move to, and make sure that the student will remember or not the event, or obey our command and remember something that happened in that scenario lah.
Fantastic. That's great. You did well, Prof. Fong.
No. That's a model answer. That's a model answer. We had more extensive discussion before that.
No worries. No worries.
No worries.
Dr. Koo, what about your group?
Yes. Okay. Miss Liana, are you okay to speak on behalf? Yeah. You just have to copy what the other twos have said.
Okay, from what have we discussed just now is, I have experienced this kind of situation at my school where the student is suddenly fainted and then stiffness for so long. Firstly, what I do is, I will stay with the child and give reassurance. And then I will put some soft under their head and loosen anything that is tight around their neck, unbutton the t-shirt, and then I immediately called the parents and called the ambulance also.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Very good.
You had a very good facilitator. Yeah.
Yes. Prof. Tan.
Okay, I'm not sure who wants to have a go. Mr. Chakrin or Puan Asia, are you around? Maybe. Mr. Chakrin, maybe you would like to say some few words. Probably they're just shy, Dr. Ahmad.
They shy or dropped out or?
I don't know. Yeah.
That's fine. I think that's okay. I think we get looks like most group only managed to get to case 1, right? Puan Suhaila, next session when we have if we are going to have another one in the future, we need a longer time. We need 2 hours for discussion.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
There's so many things to discuss, and anyway, I'm very grateful that people have contributed and be involved. And I hope we have another breakout session, and I'm hoping that more will also get involved. Don't worry about saying the right or the wrong thing. Mr. Chakrin, hi. You want to unmute yourself and just say 1 or 2 words?
Mr. Chakrin, can you unmute yourself and turn on your camera? Okay, it's already on, so you can.
Good morning. I'm the third group. The third group. So from our group, I love to just listen from another experiences, because I never seen this case that the doctor she gave not 2 questions to SEAMEO, but I got a lot of what you call it how to approach the students when they have epilepsy, because my students, most of them are secondary, but for me that this case is, if happen, I have seen for the primary students, not my level, but it's good for me to prepare myself and to share to another my colleague in the school. I think this is good, very, very good for me, doctor.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The epilepsy affects all ages, not just primary school.
That's correct.
Thank
you for thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakrin. Thank you for sharing. Perhaps you should move on, Dr. Ahmad.
Yes, okay. Prof. Suhaila pula. Puan Suhaila, so we break now?
Okay, we take a break and we'll come back. Should we break until 11 o'clock? Would that be okay? Because we're online, so
I'm okay. 10 minutes break is fine with me.
10 minutes break is okay?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we'll come back at 11 and we'll continue with Myth and Stigma by Dr. Koo, followed by Epilepsy and Adult Transition by Prof. Tan. Right, I'll see all of you at 11 o'clock. And you can...
You missed one talk, Epilepsy and Learning.
Epilepsy and Learning. Oh, I'm sorry.
By Dr. Ahmad, the most important person.
Yes. Dr. Ahmad. Okay. Dr. Ahmad, there you go. Epilepsy and Learning. Okay, so we start Epilepsy and Learning and Myth and Stigma, followed by Epilepsy. All right. My apologies. I'm just testing you actually.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you at 11. Thank you. Dr. Ahmad?
Yes.
Hi. There's a question in YouTube actually.
Okay.
I don't know whether, yeah, I can share it with you here. I wanted to share something else. Nak iklan sikit lepas ni, but since we're waiting for some participants.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. The question is, hello, may I ask if the person who had shown stiffness and seemingly lacked jaw during the seizure is it can be considered of having an epileptic disorder?
Lock jaw, lack jaw.
I think it's locked jaw. It's
So
just
faint
typo
and
here.
lock jaw.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I think, as I mentioned in my talk, it could be a seizure with stiffening and jaw, but even fainting can sometimes be associated with some stiffening and locked jaw. So you really need to know what actually happens. Often the best way to find out whether an event is a seizure or not is an accurate description of what actually happens at the time. So if it happens because the child has been standing for a long time in a crowded place, didn't have breakfast, then most likely it's a faint. Or the other word for that is syncope, SYN. Sometimes history alone cannot tell us whether an event is a seizure or not. If you have video recordings, that would be helpful. But sometimes we do need to do further investigations before we can arrive to the correct diagnosis.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for your explanation. Actually, this is for this year, right? SEAMEO SEN actually is trying to go into full mode face-to-face or as well as hybrid. And this is also online situation. And we had our 2021 where we conducted our international conference on special education, fourth ICSE, that was held entirely online due to the pandemic. But now for the fifth ICSE 2023 International Conference on Special Education, this will be held on 4th to 5th October in Taylor's University Lakeside Campus, Selangor, Malaysia. So it's going to be a full face-to-face mode, and we would like to welcome everyone to join us. There will be concurrent event, the Innovation for Disability Inclusive Education Competition 2023, and we accept, we're calling for abstract submissions and registrations. So you can see here on your screen, on the conference fees, as well as the registration link. You can scan the QR code there on the link, and we will also share the link in the chat box shortly. So we look forward to seeing all of you in October, 4th to 5th October, for the International Conference on Special Education. And this is the further details on Innovation for Disability Inclusive Education Competition 2023, or IDAC. As you can see, it's open for speakers, teachers, educators, stakeholders, NGOs, parents, students, researchers, special education providers, policymakers, officials of MOE, and as well as interested individuals. So, Dr. Ahmad, we'll see you there, right? You're going to sign up? You, Dr. Fong, Dr. Tan, and Dr.
Well, now that you've flagged it to us, yeah.
Yay, definitely. Yay. Look forward to seeing you.
You're not inviting us to speak?
Definitely, yes. We'll discuss that after this.
Okay.
And okay, the participants ready? Are they back? Can we get a thumbs up in the chat box or hand clap or something just to indicate that you're back here, you're still awake? Yay, thank you. More, please, more. Applause to the speakers. And of course, applause to yourself for staying tuned for this very beneficial talk on epilepsy awareness and support. Yay. Okay, Dr. Ahmad, they're all back, excited to learn. So I shall hand over the session to you for the next session on epilepsy and learning by Dr. Ahmad. Please welcome Dr. Ahmad.
Thank you very much, Consuela. This will be a relatively shorter talk. no videos. Epilepsy and learning difficulties, right? If we talk about epilepsy and learning difficulties, as we mentioned, how common is epilepsy in general population is probably, about 0.5 to 1%, right? How common is learning disability in general population? And you probably know this better than I do. And it's estimated to be about 2 to 10% of the population. So in your classroom of 40, potentially, at least 4 will have some form of learning disability. But if you zoom in more specifically to learning disability in children with epilepsy, then this figure is much higher. And we'll discuss about what are the possible reasons for this. Why is learning disability more common in children with epilepsy? Before that, maybe we should define what is learning disability in the first place. And if you follow the WHO definition, it's defined as a significantly reduced ability to understand new or complex information, and a problem to learn new skills. And in that definition, they use this term impaired intelligence. Or a reduced ability to just manage themselves independently, which is also known as impaired social functioning. So they need help, even with daily activities, they need help with in the society. And these problems need to have started before adulthood and has a long-lasting effect on their development. So if you want to be strict, you need to fulfill all these criteria before you say somebody has a learning. And when we talk about what types of learning disability, it can be something that involves all parts of learning, not just one area of learning. And that's usually because of an intellectual disability, or if you want to put it crudely, because of a low IQ. Right? But there are more specific learning disabilities. A pupil may only have problem with reading, and the common cause of that is dyslexia. They have a problem with reading. And their problem can be very specific. It might be that they have a problem with just certain types of writing. For example, in Malaysia, we have the normal Latin words, but we also have Jawi for the Malays. We have the Chinese and the Indian characters, and it may be that they have problems reading specific writings only. So that's called dyslexia. Their problem may be due to a problem with writing, right? They can read well, but when it comes to writing, they really struggle. And that is called dysgraphia. The problem may be just due to, mathematics, calculations. They can't add or subtract, but they can read well. They can write well. And that's dyscalculia. It can also be one of these other problems. They may have a problem processing what they hear, or understanding cues, non-verbal cues, or really processing and understanding what they see. Now, these specific learning disabilities, in fact, I can't diagnose them just in clinic. These specific learning disabilities require more specialized testing. Often we need the help of a psychologist, in fact, to really narrow down on what is the exact problem that's impeding a child's learning ability. I think in the education world, some people just call all these things as learning difficulty. Just a problem with learning, just a problem coping at school. And a learning difficulty can be due to the above problems, like intellectual disability or specific learning disability. or it can be due to some other factor. It may be due to a medical illness, for example. They don't have any problems learning. They don't have any problems remembering or calculating or writing. But because they have diabetes, for example, their sugar is not well controlled, they need to go to hospitals a lot, there's lots of school absences, all those factors impact on their learning. And sometimes you just call that, some learning disability, a learning difficulty due to, a medical condition. So when do we suspect somebody has a problem in the classroom? And you probably know this a lot better than I do. The easiest is, when you are faced with a child with academic difficulties. I think in the older days, we all have exams and we just look at their grades. If all the grades are red, this guy is having some problems. But now in the age where, exams are not given such a focus now, you may still be able to detect children with actual academic difficulties, children who perhaps don't hand in their work on time, who have problems perhaps copying stuff from the blackboard, who have problems with their calculation. So that's clearly an easy way to know if somebody has a learning disability. Others may have difficulties communicating. When you ask them a question in the classroom, maybe they are very slow to answer. Or when they do speak, they stutter. The words don't come out fluently. So that may be a clue of something, perhaps a problem with their auditory processing. They may have problems processing what they hear and speaking. Others still may present in a completely different way. They may present with a behavior problem. You might find a child in your classroom who just cannot sit still, who fidgets around, who disturbs their friends, next to them, and sometimes that's a clue that they cannot follow what you're teaching. They can be disruptive in class. They may appear socially disconnected in their own world, doing their own things, all because actually they have a problem with learning and following what you're teaching in the classroom. So these are some of the clues that might suggest that a child may have some learning issues. Why is learning issues more common in epilepsy? And it's for several reasons. We saw in Prof. Fong's talk why seizures occurs. It's because of all this abnormal electrical activity. And you need normal electrical activity, or what we call neurotransmission. You need normal neurotransmission for the brain to function normally. In epilepsy, there is abnormal neurotransmission. So not surprising that epilepsy can affect learning. More specifically, children who have seizures, the seizures themselves can impact their learning. For example, if somebody has daytime seizures, let's take an example of absence seizures, of the video that we saw, the girl who intermittently will just stop and stare and lose awareness. So you can imagine if this happens very frequently throughout the learning hours, they might not be able to focus. Their alertness will be reduced. They will have problems remembering what they had just learned because there are blocks of their time where they lose awareness and therefore they cannot follow what the teachers are teaching. Other children with epilepsy may have nighttime seizures. And we know sleep is very important for consolidation of memory. You need to have a good sleep so that you can really consolidate what you have learned. Which is why those who have disrupted sleep sometimes may face issues with them. Nighttime seizures can also, because it disturbs the sleep, then the next day when the child goes to school, they are sleepy in classroom. They can't concentrate. They can't learn new things. And that's another way how seizures can impair learning. There are some unfortunate children who, despite adequate treatment, continue to have frequent seizures. These are children who we call have drug-resistant epilepsy. And if you keep having seizures, several times a day, you have no time to recover in between. You may be missing a lot of school. And all these things will also impair your learning. In children with epilepsy, even when they do not have seizures, some children have continuous disturbance in their brain waves. So when we do this EEG study, sometimes we see that even in between seizures, the brain waves are not normal. And we mentioned that normal neurotransmission is important for learning. So when you have all this abnormal brain activity, clearly it will impair your learning. Sometimes the learning disability is because of the underlying disease. So whatever caused a pupil to have a seizure also causes learning disability, independent from the seizures. Right? So, and there are some examples of this. These are some pictures of children who have certain syndromes. So they have some genetic conditions that cause seizures and at the same time also cause learning disability. This example of a Miller-Diecker syndrome, for example, they also have abnormal brain structure. Instead of, very nice brain with lots of folds, children with Miller-Diecker syndrome have got a smooth brain. So there are no folding of the brain that occurs. And therefore, the brain does not function normally. And because of this abnormal brain, they have seizures. And they also have significant learning disability. Equally important, children with epilepsy have learning problems because of their medications sometimes. So it's always important to take note. If you have children who have epilepsy, who are on medications, try and discuss with the family. What sort of medication is this child taking? Are the medications causing some side effects? Many anti-epileptic medications, because they work centrally in the brain, it also causes a lot of side effects. It causes more sleepiness. It causes some behavior changes. It can also cause mood changes and memory impairment, all of which can affect learning. We also should not underestimate the effect of the attitude of others to children with epilepsy. It may be that the child with epilepsy has well-controlled seizures, are taking medications that are not giving him side effects. Yet, because perhaps of the negative attitudes of the school teachers, maybe school teachers have a feeling because this child has epilepsy and therefore they will not do well in the classroom. And they have low expectations for these children, that will also impact on the child's learning ability and achievements. It may be that a child has seizures in the classroom, subtle seizures like an absence, but a teacher interprets this as not paying attention. That might be a cause of learning disability. And the role of friends and peers at school is also important. If you have friends who have negative attitudes towards a child with epilepsy, that will not help in the child's learning, especially if they often make unhelpful comments, if they bully the child with epilepsy. All this will have a lot of social and emotional impact on the child, which will directly impair learning. Often, epilepsy comes in a package. A child with epilepsy may also have other problems, among them ADHD, which is a short form for attention deficit hyperactivity disorders. So children with ADHD have got problems with attention. They have problems sitting still. They can't concentrate for a long time. And all that clearly disturbs learning. Some children may have coexisting autistic spectrum disorder, where they have issues with communication. We have issues with socialization. And that, again, impacts on their learning. Anxiety, depression are also common in children with epilepsy. And we know these psychiatric problems also have effect on their learning. So you can see there are many factors that are at play in contributing to learning problems in children. So how can you, teachers and school, help? I think one of the most important things is to try and understand your student better, as best as you can. Because not all epilepsy is the same. I hope you got some idea about the different types of seizures that a child may have. They may be on different medications. They may have different associated problems. So the better you know the child, the better equipped you are at trying to help and support the child. So frequent communication with the parents. In fact, if your school allows it, or if you have a policy of asking parents to supply a child with a seizure action plan, so that you know what to do if the child has a seizure at school. As far as possible, you should try and make children and their parents feel safe when they're at school. We have many, and I'm sure the other speakers also share the same experience. We have many patients who their parents just decide to keep them at home and not send them to school, simply because they are concerned, what if the child has a seizure at school? Will he be safe? They are worried about injuries. If the child goes to the toilet, for example, it has a seizure, they might injure themselves, they might drown and things like that. So as far as possible, you should try and make the school feel safe to these patients. As far as possible, you should try and be supportive of the physical and the mental health needs. So some children with epilepsy and have associated medical problems, for example, should try and be aware. Some children may have physical disabilities. They may have issues with walking or something like that. Some may need wheelchairs. As far as possible, schools should try and cater for their needs. And also don't forget about their mental health needs. Be aware if the child seems to show signs of anxiety or depression. They always look sad. They don't mix around with other children. They might, cry without a good reason. They might not be eating well. So try and be aware of these situations. I think as part of trying to support these children, all of you should at least have some basic knowledge of first aid and emergency treatment if a child has a seizure. I think this course is perhaps too short to really learn how you would manage and attend a child who is seizing, but there are many references, many things that you can even find online. There are courses even online that teaches you on how to handle children with seizures at school. You should try and detect if a child with epilepsy have a learning disability and support their learning. You know, if a child has frequent seizures, it may mean that they may take a long time to finish their tasks. So you should allow for that. It may mean that they cannot complete certain things, and you should try and allow for that, or give them, you know, slightly simpler things, and always try and work on their strengths and not treat them as you would other children in the classroom. And this is very important. Wherever possible, at all times if possible, you should allow children to enjoy the same opportunities. We have heard how Prof. Fong mentioned, you know, whenever the minute the school hears that a child has epilepsy, then a lot of restrictions are put in place. Cannot enter this, cannot do that, cannot join that. So that's not how you should be handling children with epilepsy. They should be able to participate in all activities with very, very few exceptions. And we might hear some of that later in the next talk by Dr. Hu. So as far as possible, don't assume that every people with epilepsy is the same. They may have special things about them that you may need to address. Don't ignore the views of the pupil. If the parents tell you something about their child, try and listen. And if you don't understand, you know, discuss. There may be things that you need to change, classroom or the school to cater for the child. Don't send pupils home after each seizure. There are children who, as I mentioned, despite being on medication, continue to have seizures, sometimes even daily seizures. But if they recover well following each seizure and they are not injured and they're happy to stay at school, as far as possible, you should keep them in the classroom once they have recovered. Because if you keep sending them home, you'll never get a chance to learn anything. Equally important, if there's a child who's had a seizure, you don't just send them to recover in a corner and not, you know, look at them to make sure they are all right, you know, especially if it's the first time or you don't yet know how the seizures behave. If you've seen it a few times, you know how quickly they recover and all that, then okay, you may be a bit more comfortable. But whenever possible, you know, always have supervision to children who've just had a seizure in the classroom or at school. And shouldn't really penalize children with epilepsy for their attendance, because some children will be missing lots of schools because they've just had a bad night. They have had lots of seizures at night, or they've got some appointments in the hospital, or they're just, you know, feeling a bit down and they're not prepared to go to school. So try as far as possible to you know, to understand their needs and support. I think that's the last point that I want to make in this talk. As I mentioned, is a relatively short one, and that's right, isn't it? Yeah. And one other, don't prevent people from participating in sports in any aspect, and I've mentioned this also in the past, and that's the last point I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Now that we have, in your word, zoomed in on how epilepsy impairs learning, it is now evident how crucial it is for teachers to educate and equip themselves even more with the knowledge on seizure and epilepsy. So thank you once again, Dr. Ahmad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next slot, is epilepsy contagious? Are people with epilepsy not capable of driving or operating heavy machinery or be in a relationship? So many myths and stigmas surrounding us, and our next distinguished speaker for today, Dr. Koo Chin Sung, a consultant neurologist from Hospital Chancellor Tunku Muhriz University Kebangsaan Malaysia, is here with us to share insights on myth and stigma in epilepsy. Please welcome Dr. Koo Chin Song. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Hi, very good morning to all of you. Can you hear me before I proceed?
We can hear you well, Doctor.
Perfect. So once again, a very good morning to all of you. It's my great pleasure to be here. And I would like to say a big thank you to the organizing team for inviting me to be here to take part in such a meaningful event. And in fact, this is my second time participating in an event organized by the SEAMEO SEN. And I would like to also say thank you to the previous speakers for giving such wonderful talks and for laying the foundation for what I'm going to speak about. And your talks actually will make my slides and content much easier because you have already debunked a lot of myths and also emphasized on the stigmatization. So today I'll be focusing on myths and stigma about epilepsy. I'm a down neurologist from the UKM, Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the a side view of a beautiful hospital where I work at. So if you look at it carefully, you can see the word kecemasan here. Kecemasan is a Malay word which means emergency. So this is the emergency department where we usually attend to our patients with critical needs and care, and one of them being patients coming with seizures. Okay, as I understand, the audience of our event will be teachers. I think that would be very important for us to go through the definitions, especially what we are touching on about myths and stigma. So according to an online dictionary, a myth is defined as an ancient story or set of stories, especially explaining the early history of a group of people or about natural events and facts. And nowadays, a myth is understood as a commonly believed but false idea. So you have heard a lot from our previous speakers, including Dr. Ahmad and Prof. Fong, that to diagnose a disease of epilepsy it can be a very daunting task. And the diagnosis of epilepsy also poses a lot of questions to the patients, the sufferers, as well as the caregivers. Those would include, will I be able to drive a car again? Can I resume my work? Can I have normal children? And so on and so forth. And many a time, all these unanswered questions or uncertainties are even more detrimental than the seizure themselves. So in a nutshell, please do not let myths and misconceptions about epilepsy rule or even ruin your life. So let us go through a few common myths about epilepsy. The first one, epilepsy is caused by evil spirits. Being one of the world's oldest diseases, epilepsy has actually, in fact, fascinated and frightened a lot of us, including clinicians and laymen alike. The story of epilepsy actually can be traced back to a 4,000-year-old Akkadian tablet found in Mesopotamia. Despite advances, knowledge, and a lot of breakthroughs on the discovery of epilepsy, very unfortunately, to date, we still have a lot of misconceptions about epilepsy. So you've heard the lectures by Dr. Ahmad and Prof. Fong. You understand that epilepsy is due to a diseased brainwork or misfiring brain, and it's neither caused by gods or demons. So this is a big no-no when somebody tells you that epilepsy is caused by demonic possessions, evil spirits and so on. So you have to be strong and be sure after this talk and this event that epilepsy is due to a diseased brain network. Myth number 2, epilepsy is a life sentence. As we all know, there is no permanent cure or care for epilepsy. However, it's not necessarily a lifelong condition. Some children may outgrow from the epilepsy syndromes, and up to 2/3 of people with epilepsy will eventually become seizure-free with appropriate medications to treat epilepsy. And epilepsy is even considered in some cases to be resolved in some patients who report not having a seizure in the last 10 years and been able to stop the medication for the last 5 of those years. So again, epilepsy is not a life sentence. Myth number 3, during a seizure attack, you should put a spoon, something, in the person's mouth to prevent him or her from injuring their tongue or to prevent them from swallowing the tongue. So physically, anatomically, you're not possible to swallow your own tongue during a seizure. So do not put anything in their mouth, as the person is unable to control the muscles during a seizure, and they may bite the object and break their teeth or even injure themselves. Instead, that's what we have been lectured on the first aid. We make sure that patient is kept safe by gently rolling the person onto one side, is either left or right. Put something soft under his or her head and wait by the side until they come around. So again, do not put anything, do not insert anything into their mouth when they are seizing. Myth number 4, you should restrain somebody having a seizure. That's again a very big no-no. Restraining somebody during a seizure is a very harmful action. You may actually likely to agitate or even harm that person or even you yourself while doing so. As you're already aware, that a seizure would usually stop by its own. So let seizure run its course and do not restrain again, as it will, do more harm. And do not perform CPR, for somebody having a seizure. The 5th myth, again, is very common, especially in overseas countries, that epilepsy is deemed contagious. Epilepsy is not an infectious disease and thus never proven to be contagious. So you can't pass on epilepsy from one person to another person. And there are many causes of epilepsy that you have learned from today's lecture. That would include brain damage during birth, after a stroke, after infection of the brain, and to name a few. So epilepsy is not like COVID-19. It's not a contagious disease. Number 6, people with epilepsy should stay at home and exercise less. So that's a very common myth that even some of the doctors do discourage some of the epilepsy patients from exercising. Again, this is a big no, because it has been found from many research studies that exercise has never been linked to increased seizure activity in most people. And as a matter of fact, exercise plays a crucial role in epilepsy management. When we see patients in the clinic, it's not just about asking them how well they control the seizures or how they do with the medications. We need to also try to understand their social life, including how frequently they exercise. This is very important because exercise is very helpful to maintaining mental health, which is very, very important and relevant clinically to people living with epilepsy. And exercise is important and instrumental in contributing to positive self-esteem and be part of maintaining an active social life. So do not discourage your students, or anyone living epilepsy from being engaged in any social activities, including exercise. In fact, you should encourage them, do more exercise, and of course, in certain cases that you think that they are at risk of certain injuries or harming themselves, those activities need to be carried out in a supervised manner. Number 7, people with epilepsy have a low IQ and cannot work. Again, this is an absolutely wrong myth, because people with epilepsy, on the average, should have the same level of intelligence as those without epilepsy. You may have heard from the previous lecture that learning can be quite a daunting task, especially if seizures are frequent, or if the medication has very pronounced adverse effects, such as causing drowsiness and excessive fatigue. In real life, and in fact, there are many people, brilliant, talented figures who have epilepsy, such as Vincent van Gogh, a famous pop singer, Prince, and Susan Boyle. They are doing well, and they are well known for their work and talents, and they are patients with epilepsy. So, ladies and gentlemen, people with epilepsy are not disabled as what we thought them of, and they should be continuing working, studying, and given equal opportunities that have rewarding career in their life. So myth number 8, people with epilepsy cannot have a normal life. Having epilepsy does not preclude, somebody from doing well at school. And in fact, as I've shown in the previous slide, that they even do far better, than those without epilepsy. They can even excel in the workplace. They can get married, have a family, they can date, they can lead a hectic life like you and I do. So epilepsy is a medical condition that can be managed appropriately. And therefore, people with epilepsy can lead a normal life. So I finished the first half of the myths. And of course, there are many, many myths that you can look up from the website. So stigma is a word with many connotations and definitions. And according to the authors, Link, who published article on stigmatization in 2001, it is defined as a person is identified by a label that sets the person apart and links the person to undesirable stereotypes that result in unfair treatment and discrimination. So this is what stigma is defined as. And there are 4 major components of stigma. The first one is to distinguish differences and label a person. So you try to have a set of differences and you can tell this particular person does not have this criteria, this set of criteria. So I try to, mark the border very clearly. Now moving on to the second step, you have some undesirable characteristics that are going to be assigned to the person whom you just labeled. And you will put a very distinct margin between the labeled persons. And this, between the labeled persons and you, and these labeled persons are unfortunately placed in a distinct us and versus them categories. And as a result of this ongoing process, the labeled person would ultimately experience status loss and discrimination. So I hope after this lecture and after this talk, you do not imagine people with epilepsy like in these pictures. Yeah. People with epilepsy may just look exactly normal like you and I do. They're not necessarily to be wheelchair bound. They're not necessarily to be physically disabled. They're not necessary to be, in the hospital, in the ICU setting. They do not have to wear very thick, glasses. They do not have to look physically abnormal, and they don't have to have any strange behavior for you to tell that they have epilepsy. So basically, they would just, be like, normal people like you and I. As a result of which, they should be given equal schooling and career opportunities. So why do we have to spend so much time on talking about this? Because as we all know, as clinicians and doctors, as well as caregivers of people living epilepsy, the stigma is an existent issue, and it's still ongoing, and it causes a lot of burden to all of us, as it affects people of all ages, of all talks, of all walks, economically, socially, and culturally, including education for children and adolescents and work opportunities for adults. So I stress that again, it affects all spheres of our life. And in many parts of the world, very unfortunately, people with epilepsy and the caregivers suffer from a great deal of stigma. And basically, when we talk about stigma, there are two types. Enacted stigma, which is the first type, which is referred to episodes of discrimination against people with epilepsy, solely on the grounds of their social unacceptability. You think that they are bizarre. They should not be living in our community. This is the first type, enacted stigma. And the second type, which is a felt stigma, refers to the shame associated with being epileptic and fear of enacted stigma. So felt stigma can equally reduce the quality of life even when seizures are out of control. So what it means that even we treat or control the seizures well, stigma can still reduce the quality of life of somebody living with epilepsy. Stigma results in unemployment. That's because of the enacted stigma that we are imposing on the people with epilepsy. We think that they would underperform, they couldn't work as normally as others do, without epilepsy. So we don't give them equal opportunities. And in fact, many a time, many caregivers actually come plead to us, hoping us that we could write a letter to the employer saying that, that children can work. So you see, the stigma is still around us, and it's a true problem. And in Asia, epilepsy is still a common negative reason for marriages and pregnancy, meaning that a lot of parents forbid their children, from getting married with somebody diagnosed with epilepsy. So reducing stigma, helping patients out of the shadows, is always a major focus of activity of epilepsy support groups globally. And this year, every year in February, we will celebrate the International Epilepsy Day globally. And this year, the theme is to stamp out stigma, to reduce stigma. And we just recently concluded an event, we just celebrated it at our hospital on the 21st of February, and it was a well-received program. And again, we wanted to raise awareness about epilepsy. We wanted to help the patients out of the shadows, and we want to tell the public that people with epilepsy should not be discriminated. So what are the ways to reduce stigma? And of course, every one of us is important, including those who are listening to the talk, because you are the first responders. You instill education, knowledge into students. So children listen to you. the school children listen to you. So you need to tell them that, look, having epilepsy does not preclude anyone from being given equal opportunities. So we should hold hand in hand and we should collaborate together and tell the right message. So how do we do that? Of course, by one of the ways is to attend talks like this, to get the right information, to get the right source of information from doctors treating epilepsy, as well as to study information from a reliable website. So when you Google epilepsy stigma, I think one of the most reliable websites that I would refer to would be this Epilepsy Foundation. When you click into this Epilepsy Foundation, you have a lot of information about epilepsy. It's not just about written information. It has an abundance of videos as well, including first aid, how to guide the teachers to attend to patients, children, having a seizure. So this is very important because I believe that after this talk, you still have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns that we probably can't address all. So you can read the necessary information from this trusted group of and website written by trusted epilepsy experts. And this is also important to join the support group, for those involved in the care, or for those who, like one of the teachers has mentioned that, she has witnessed a seizure happening. So I think it's good for you to join the local support group. Like in Malaysia, we have this Persatuan Epilepsy Malaysia. In English, it means Malaysian Society of Epilepsy. So we have a series of events and activities. We welcome all the people, either with epilepsy or taking care of epilepsy patients or involved in the management of epilepsy to join us, to share the experience. And we also learn as doctors because we want to hear from the patients and the caregivers what the true and actual problems, when they live with epilepsy, whether there are some symptoms we have missed during the clinic, whether there are, some other aspects of epilepsy that we have overseen. So this is a very, very important support group. Sometimes some of the parents, they've heard a lot from us, from doctors. They don't want to hear somebody, especially a parent, who has a child with epilepsy, how they deal with it, how they manage it. So I think that's a very important way, to help the patients with epilepsy as well as to reduce stigma of epilepsy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm coming to to the end of my talk. So, as I conclude, I've debunked some common myths and misconceptions about epilepsy. Not all. Stigma about epilepsy is still around us, and its burdens is enormous. With that, I would like to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Koo, for sharing your insights on the myth and stigma. Debunked the myth and stigma surrounding epilepsy. And congratulations on the success of the recent event on epilepsy awareness. Can you share more on how the community can join your next program, Doctor? If there's a link you can share with us in the chat box.
Yeah, sure. I think what I will do is that I will share the link how you can join the Malaysian Epilepsy Society. Because we will keep you posted about any advances or recent programs, ongoing programs on the website, so they can join. And joining the program is absolutely free. You just have to pay a very small amount of membership, and you can enjoy a lot of talks and activities.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Dr.
I'll do it in a heartbeat. Yeah.
All right, so let us share a huge thumbs up for Dr. Koo in the chat box. Your presentation was both informative and eye-opening, and it has definitely left a lasting impact on all of us today. So it is crucial now more than ever, actually, that we have, the society have to educate themselves and spread more awareness and say no to myth and stigma. All right, now moving on to our final speaker for today's Epilepsy Awareness and Support is Prof. Dr. Tan Huijan, Senior Consultant Physician and Neurologist from Hospital Chancellor Tuanku Mukhris, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Please welcome Prof. Dr. Tan to share insights on epilepsy and adult transition. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Suhaila, and thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for the invitation, and SEAMEO SEN as well. So I will share my slides, okay? I'd like to thank the previous three speakers, Dr. Ahmad, Dr. Fong, and Dr. Koo, for laying the foundation. So, the last but not the least, okay, so we will talk about epilepsy and adult transition, coming of age, okay? So this is a very important period of time where all children go through, and this is the content of my lecture. So we know the incidence rate of epilepsy in childhood is 0.5 to 8 per 1,000 persons per year. And the prevalence in children and adolescents is about 0.7, age 6 to 17 years, from the data from 2010 to 2014. Adolescence, okay, or we call it teenager, is a period of heightened self-consciousness with exaggerated concerns over the physical and social image. So it's a transition from childhood to adulthood where everyone goes through this. There are many issues pertaining to adolescence, issues of being rebellious, wanting to be independent, heightened self-consciousness, you experiment with new things, dating, driving, and concerns for the future. Teenagers and parents share this period together, and it is always very important that communication in this period of time, as it is a challenge for both parents and children. And what's the epidemiology in adolescence? Okay, in 36% of students aged between 6 to 17 years old with epilepsy were more likely to have missed 11 or more days of school in the past year, compared to 18% of students with other health problems. So you can see the epilepsy, makes the children miss school because they've got problems in communication, right? They need special education services. Then there are limitations to activities. Parents and perhaps the school itself may limit their extracurricular activities. So establishing a diagnosis is very important. We heard from the previous speakers how do the epilepsy patients present with, but there are also mimickers of seizures. So epilepsy, generally, broadly, we can define them as having at least 2 unprovoked seizures occurring more than 24 hours apart, meaning that if the child has an attack today and have another attack the next day, meaning that there are concerns that the patient may have epilepsy. Of course, we heard about Dr. Ahmad's illustration about patient having vasovagal attacks. Patient may be having missing their meals or standing in the hot sun or marching or doing a lot of strenuous activities causing vasovagal attacks. A child may be having severe migraine attacks causing them to lose awareness, non-epileptic attacks, certain substance abuse and sleep disorders. Some children may grow out of it. Sometimes they walk in their sleep, or they talk in their sleep, or sometimes they do all this trashing about. So we do not know whether this is a sleep problems, acting out their nightmares, or is it a seizure. So these are the few mimics that we have to also bear in mind. So I'll take you through some conditions that can cause epilepsy in adolescent. Okay, these are very medical terms, but basically juvenile absence epilepsy, juvenile myoclonic epilepsy, some genetic epilepsy with generalized seizures. So juvenile absence epilepsy basically means that this type of epilepsy, their onset is in the teenage years, 9 to 13 years of age, accounts for 2 to 3% of all epilepsy. Patient may get some typical absence attacks, meaning that suddenly they are doing something and they go blank. Okay, or they get the common ones that we see, the tonic-clonic seizures. They get this tonic and jerking of the limbs, or myoclonic jerks. A child will get, sudden brief jerks, and they may drop any objects that they are holding on. And this type of epilepsies are easily controlled in 70 to 80% with the right treatment. And the seizures get less severe with age, which is a good prognosis. And very infrequently, they get the generalized seizures where they fall, or they hurt themselves. And often it is precipitated by lack of sleep or fatigue. The other spectrum are those that we call the juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. Again, the onset is in the adolescent. Female to male are equally affected. They have a genetic predisposition. And this sort of patients may get these jerks on awakening. They get this sudden jerk of their limbs. They get the generalized seizures, or the typical absence. They just suddenly stare, or they go blank in the face, and they may not fall. And these jerks can also occur upon awakening in the morning, 30 minutes to an hour. The generalized seizures, you may get it randomly at night or awakening. The absence seizures that they encounter may occur in school, where teachers may think they are daydreaming. And again, these are precipitated by lack of sleep and fatigue. Now, there are the epilepsy types that may just present with the generalized tonic-clonic seizures. Again, they can range from late childhood to early adulthood, peak in the second decade of life. And these attacks may occur while awakening in the morning or in a period of relaxation. So when they occur in the morning, sometimes the child, unable to go to school, or they, may take a longer time. They may be late for school and so on. So we have to make sure that we understand while the child is late to school, not because they want to, or perhaps the child had just a seizure and may need to take a longer time to recover. And most of this epilepsy have a genetic etiology. There's a genetic basis, so more in twins, and if you have close relatives, the risk of developing epilepsy is between 4 to 10%. And the risk is higher in siblings and in offsprings. So the treatment, Dr. before this have told us about certain medications, lifestyle changes, and precipitating factors. So we advise regarding the different lifestyles, meaning that they have to take care of their sleep, avoid sleeping late, reduce these on-screen time. There may be certain restrictions in cycling, driving, or even swimming, especially those with very uncontrolled seizures. But those who have mild seizures, these activities can still be performed under very close supervision. So these are some of the recommendations by this International League Against Epilepsy, which suggests the physical activities or sports for people with epilepsy. So they have a different groups. Those mild ones can continue their physical activities. Those the group 3 are those more severe. So these are these activities that you can perform without any significant risk. For example, like bowling, wrestling, team sports activity like baseball, badminton, dancing, racket sports. There are no significant risks added. Those with moderate risk, meaning that they may be moderate risk to the people with epilepsy. These are like skiing, archery, running, bicycling, swimming as well. Some contact sports, fencing, gymnastics. So those have to add a bit more moderate risk. And certain high-risk activities, example like aviation, diving, horse racing, motorsports, parachuting, scuba diving, this may be performed, but we will need to perform under close supervision. So medications are given for patients with epilepsy. And basically the doctors will decide to start if there are 2 or more unprovoked seizures, or if the child has got 1 seizure that occurred during sleep or daytime, but they have an abnormal scan or brain activity. And you can see here, this is a list of medications that can be used for epilepsy. And most of the patients may take 1 or 2. They may not take all the medications. And again, this is a table showing the list of medications, which sometimes the parents may bring to the school. And of course, certain medications may have common side effects, leading to poor concentration, some memory loss, with or without the seizures, drowsiness, fatigue. Certain medications cause hyperactivity in the child. They may complain of blurred or double vision. Speech problems may be a predominant problem. Poor coordination, the child may be off balance because of unsteadiness. If the child first takes the medication, they may experience some GI side effects like nausea, vomiting, or even weight gain or weight loss. So certain medications, for example, you may hear of things like valproate or epilim that may cause some stomach pain, drowsy. They may cause some tremors. The hand may shake a little, or the vision may become blurred, the hair may drop, changes in appetite and weight gain. And if this one talking about birth control is only when the child grows older, they are thinking of marriage and having pregnancy when they are in young adulthood. And of course, most of this medication, the patient themselves sometimes are worried about risk of teratogenicity, but we won't be talking about this in this lecture. And of course, all medications, all right, we usually caution the patient that apart from this medication, they also can have a risk of getting a rash, drug rash. So sometimes they come up, with a very severe redness or itchiness of the body, of the skin, or even ulcers in the mouth, or the eyes become red. So these are the side effects that the parents and the family need to look out for. Medications on long term, such as Dilantin, not only they can cause some coordination problem, confusion, right? In the long term, they can cause all these problems with the gums. Okay, so the child, if they are long term phenytoin, the teeth may look very like this. Okay. While in adolescents, usually they are very vain and they want to look good, okay, so they may not want to take the medications. So the other issue that we talk a lot is obesity in epilepsy. So obesity is the problem where there's a neuroendocrine control of the energy intake, so what's in the energy intake, the expenditure, and the metabolism. These are all controlled by several of these chemicals in the brain called the neurotransmitter, and act in response to the peripheral signals. So the seizures itself can be sufficient that it disrupt all this hormonal pathway and cause weight gain through different pathways. And obesity may also prime the brain for seizures. And the rates of childhood epilepsy may increase with maternal obesity. Obesity may be more prevalent in children with newly diagnosed epilepsy, partly because sometimes, the family prohibits them from going for all these activities. So, they get, these children are more homebound, and they may not participate in sports, and thus they have risk of developing obesity. And people with epilepsy are less physically active than those without epilepsy. And certain epilepsy drugs can also stimulate the appetite, cause lethargy, making the child not very willing to participate in activities. And also certain epilepsy can have psychiatric comorbidities. Sometimes they feel down, depressed, anxiety, and then they lead to unhealthy coping behaviors. They may want to eat a lot. They have binge eating, causing eating disorders. The next bit, I would like to talk a little bit on menarche. Menarche is when you get your first menstrual period, usually in adolescent 11 to 16. This is the beginning of the reproductive phase of the female children, where you get elevated estrogen level. So the child may go into a lot of moodiness, the pimples start to break out, they get some irregular periods, may be irritable, right? Compared to menopause, where there's end of menstrual period, and there's a decline in estrogen level. So why we talk about menarche? Because certain seizures can be precipitated or can be worsened during the period of menses. We call it catamenial seizures. So different phases of menstrual cycles may exacerbate the seizures. It may not occur to all patients or women with epilepsy, but maybe the third or half of them. So this is the menstrual cycle. So the seizure exacerbation occurring more in anovulatory than ovulatory cycles. Ovulatory means you ovulate where the egg is being produced during the mid-cycle phase. So why this influence seizures? Because estrogen is pro-convulsant. It makes the seizure comes on more easily, whereas progesterone is protective. It's an anti-convulsant. So as the child goes through this adolescent period, right, they have to cope with the changes in their physical and also their mental health. This is a time where the child with epilepsy learn that epilepsy is their own, and the parent or the doctor or the teachers do not control their epilepsy. They need to learn about the epilepsy so that they can make the appropriate lifestyle choices and assume responsibility for the medication with parental supervision. So learning to manage the seizures and their daily life safely is very important. And of course, in trying to fit in epilepsy with in growing and in the school, and trying to live their life fully while adapting to all the safety precautions, modify the lifestyle. And of course, the impact of epilepsy on the social, educational, and emotional lives are important. So I think in this room here today, it is very important that the doctors, teachers, family, all come together to help this group of very special epilepsy children. So how do we go about this? We learn from other parents, learn from families, talk with people about experiences on all these issues, okay? And creating awareness among the teachers, among the family groups are very important. And Dr. Koo spoke about communication and to stem out the stigma in this group of patients. And the school plays a very important, because the child spend like 70% of the time in school. So educating the nurses in school, teachers, staff members, students, and individualizing the seizure response for each student, and teaching about first aid, what to do during the acute seizure, use of some medications, and also stressing the importance of adhering to medications and supporting students who have to take medications daily. And knowing the students to avoid the triggers such as flashing lights, sleep deprivation, and so on. So I'd like to just introduce to you, we actually have an app for seizure and epilepsy, supported by the Epilepsy Council, which a lot of the doctors here also are contributing. So you can download it in your Apple or your Android phone. So in conclusion, adolescent, it is a very important period where transition from childhood to adults. You have to understand the disease and its effect on the growing teen, effects on the disease and medication, and also understand that coexisting conditions may exist with the disease. With that, I'd like to thank you and pass over to Madam Chairperson, Madam Suhaila.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Prof. Tan, for the elaboration on coming of age, and we appreciate your emphasis on the potential coexisting conditions that may exist with epilepsy, and how these conditions can further complicate the challenges. Prof. Prof. Okay, thank you once again for your expertise and valuable contribution. And now we're going to We're going to go for our second session of breakout room with the speakers.
Soila,
Yeah.
Would it be possible to swap groups just so that we
Sure.
get to be with different people?
Okay, can we do that, Mr. Eddie? I think that can be arranged, yeah, Mr. Rusnedi, Mr. Shabil, to have the to have the participants be in different room instead. Okay, we can do that. So, but they need time, doctor. So while waiting, they require about 3 minutes. So while waiting, perhaps you can answer some questions that we have. Okay, we received one from Haji Muhammad Akramin from Brunei Darussalam on the medication. I think this question is for Prof. Tan. All these medications apply to school-age children between 6 to 17 years old.
Oh, okay. The medications I've listed here is just in general, but normally the doctors or the neurologists will advise what is the best medication for this the child. Yeah, so we will depend on what the doctor has prescribed. Okay.
All right. Actually, Dr. Ahmad has already responded to the questions in the chat box. So thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad and also Prof. Tan. There is one more question. I think this is for Dr. Koo. It's regarding, here we call it makhluk halus. Okay, this one teacher mentioned here that
tiny creatures.
Yeah. So this teacher is mentioning that her students saw tiny creatures, okay, and then he continued to have episodes of epilepsy. So is this incident considered a situation that triggered epilepsy? And is it really that he can see all these unseen creature, I would say? So Dr. Koo or Dr. Ahmad or any of the speakers would like to attend to the question?
So thank you for the question. So you see, to answer this question, I would say this is a very interesting question, and this is why we are very interested in studying epilepsy, because in the past, and of course, a lot of people think that epilepsy, is about convulsions. And I think from today's lecture, you can see that people with epilepsy can be diagnosed with very varied manifestations. A child can just stare into space. A child can just have jerks, speech arrest, or even has a lot of bizarre manifestations. So I assume if somebody can see some tiny things, or some visual manifestations, we call it that way, it can be a symptom, of an epilepsy, especially if the pathology is most likely coming from the brain part, which is responsible for our vision. So one of the reasons why we have a widely varied manifestations, because it's largely because of localization that we're looking at. So the localization will, by and large, tell you what sort of clinical manifestation that we're expecting. So in a nutshell, yes, it's possible. But again, I think to just label now or to diagnose the child of epilepsy just by, a symptom now, I think it is too loose. I think it's good to refer to your local physician, get a very thorough history. I think you probably have understood from the lecture that epilepsy is still a clinical diagnosis. So we spend a lot of time eliciting history first. That's very important. A lot of people think that epilepsy is about doing an EEG, getting a scan done. Yes, we will, depending on what sort of history that we are getting. So for example, in this case, the child has a lot of visual complaints, unexplainable. Then we will probably do an EEG and we will probably do an MRI to see if there's an abnormality in that particular brain part, which is responsible for vision, for example. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Koo, for clarifying on that. So I hope that answered the question from the teacher. Right. Okay, so Mr. Rosnedi, Mr. Shabil, are we ready for the breakout room? Or do we still... One more minute. Okay, there's 1 more minute required.
Sorry, I might just add to Dr. Koo's explanation. I think in general, the public now has a lot better understanding about medical conditions and medical situations. But there are still pockets of the public who, when they are faced with something that they haven't seen before or they're not familiar with, diseases that which are unheard before this, then they'll assume that it's something due to these small creatures, so-called makhluk halus. But in epilepsy, we can see the abnormal brain waves that occur during a seizure. So if you put the wires on and the child is having seizure, you can actually see what happens in the brain. So it's a physical thing. It's not due to some small creature.
Right. Not due to some visual or something that they see.
So spread the word. Epilepsy is not because of small creatures.
Actually, I learned also that regarding the spoon, that you have to put the spoon in the mouth of the person who are being attacked during seizures. I think that is like something that we inherit from our great grandparents. And to not be able to do that, then it'll be like, oh, you're not doing your part by not putting in spoons. So it's going to be hard to actually educate the society on this. But awareness has to...
We can do it step by step, slowly, but surely.
Okay, the room is ready. Oh, we have another question actually, but perhaps we can attend to that. Ms. Nur Aslina Tanidi, we'll come back to that. So, Mr. Rosnedi, doctor will come back at 12:50. Can we do that? 12:50. All right, thank you. Have fun, Dr. Fong. Dr. Koo. Okay, Dr. Ahmad, you're good to go.
Hey.
Yeah, you're here.
So we with different group of patients, but Audrey, a few from Thailand. We got quite a reasonable number of participants from across the country up north, Thailand. Thank you very much. Apa lagi ada sini? Who else? Arul Husna. Great. So we've got a few questions to go through, but I thought maybe we should just go straight to discussion number 3. And this is about a boy, 16 years old. He just had a seizure in the classroom and then went to see a doctor. And the doctor diagnosed him with epilepsy and started him on some medication. Right? But the mom is worried. Mom is worried that this boy will have another seizure in school. And therefore, she stopped him from attending class. What do you think about that? How are you going to, do you agree with that? Oh, Prof. Tan is also in the same room as I am. Maybe...
No, I think they forgot to put me in the room, Ahmad. Sorry. I went to Chungi's room.
I think because we swapped rooms, maybe. If you just hang on.
No worries. I'll just mute myself.
I'm sure they will find a room for you. Yeah. So, okay. What about this 16-year-old. What do you think? Anyone want to have a go? Who have we got here? What about Audrey? Audrey, you're from Malaysia?
Yeah, I'm from Malaysia. I'm actually from KL.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, from
what do you think?
Yeah, from what I have heard, everything, I think, of course, definitely I'll be disagreeing with the family's decision, especially, I guess, just attending classes wouldn't be a problem at all. So, yeah, I will definitely disagree with the family's decision. The boy should be allowed. Sorry. Yeah.
How are you going to convince the mother?
Okay, maybe I will tell the mother that let's try having him in school for a while first and let's see what happens. And maybe we can tell them a little bit that maybe ask what kind of seizure that he's having and how frequent is it, and maybe we be able to handle it. Yeah, if it's not that serious, so to give assurance to the parents that yeah, it's not a really serious matter.
Okay, I'm the mother. Okay, I'm the mother now. All right. You're trying to convince me.
Okay.
So, teacher, what if my child dies?
Oh, I don't think. Wait, sorry, I have my student with me here. I don't think your child will be. How to say it doesn't cause death right straight away when you have a seizure.
How do you know, teacher? How do you know, teacher? I Google, and in Google says seizures can cause people to die. Oh no, we've lost Audrey. We're just getting exciting. Audrey, was I too loud? Was that why we lost you? And Puan Swaila, Prof. Tan is still in this room, which means one room is without a facilitator. Can the secretariat help, please? Ms. Wilma, you can still hear me, right? Yeah, okay. Okay,
Yes,
we've lost Audrey. Maybe Miss Puntarika from Thailand.
Yes, hi.
Are you willing to play the game?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I'm the mother, and I tell you, I Google, and Google says you can die from seizures. How will you convince me to send my child to your school?
Well, our school have many teachers, and I want to assure you that all our teachers will know about your kid's condition and what to do when it actually happens, and we will provide all the emergency information, like so not just we know what to do when it happens, and we will assure you that your kids will be safe at school in our provision.
I'm still not happy. What will so my daughter, my son is now seizing. Tell me exactly what you will do. Seizing now.
I will put your kid on the side, make sure the environment is safe, and make sure if he has his specific medication, and yeah.
Okay, I'm so relieved now that you explained to me. I think your school is very safe. I'll send my son to your school tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, good.
Okay, no, that's very good. What about others? How do you think, if you're faced with something like this, how would you respond? Let me just see. Miss Avia Spina, are you okay? Can you join the discussion? Yeah, Avia Sina.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
From Malaysia.
Where?
Sabah, Malaysia.
Sabah, yes, all right. Make Malaysia proud. Come on, Miss Avia Sina.
Firstly, actually, my English is not so good, so I hope you can understand lah.
That's perfect English. We can understand perfectly.
Okay.
Don't worry.
In my opinion lah, from this statement, in this case, I don't disagree with the family decision because I think every child, they must have their education. Everyone can get their education for their own life after they adult kan.
Yes.
Then I think as a teacher, I would like to apa pujuk maksudnya? Keep in touch with apa pujuk bahasa English?
If you don't know the English word, just say it in Malay and we'll
okay, we can pujuk family.
You can try and convince the family.
Yeah. Because some family cannot understand what teachers or school do for their children. Because some loving parent doesn't believe at teacher. Maybe I think so lah. Or parent doesn't believe to sending their children into the school because of some lack of their children problem. Okay, so as a teacher, I can approach the family to get the education, and I will give the something benefit or kelebihan, something kelebihan when their kids come to the school. For example, when your children get to come to the school, your children will have the education. So if we mati, you as a parent, you cannot fall of your life. You cannot with that child.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very important point because as parents, you need to prepare your children to face life, as best as you can.
Yeah.
And
okay. Second.
Okay.
Second, I think children cannot in kongkong kehidupan that children at home only, because when children come to school, they also get the education how to adapt with another life.
So I think you're saying children shouldn't be restricted at home only, because otherwise they cannot mix. They don't know how to mix with others.
Yeah. Okay. So because when children sebab issue the case is their mom tu tidak mau kasih dia datang sekolah kan.
Yeah, the mom doesn't want the child to go to school. That's correct.
Yeah. So I really doesn't agree.
You don't agree? Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't agree either. Just one point before I forget. I asked, can my child die from seizures? That's actually true. There is a risk that people can die from seizures. But that risk is extremely small. It's very, very, very small. It's like less than 0.1%.
Yeah.
And children and adults who are at highest risk of dying are those with very frequent seizures. Like they have seizures every day. And they have big seizures where they are stiff and they stop breathing. And also those who are prone to have seizures in sleep. Because when you have seizures in sleep, sometimes what happens is, your face might be covered by the pillow. And that's what can potentially cause death. So even though the risk is there, it's extremely rare. However, seizures can be dangerous in certain scenarios. So for example, if a child is in a swimming pool without adequate supervision, and he has a seizure, that he might drown. Which is why we all say, you should let all children with epilepsy be involved in all activities. But if it is a high-risk activity, they should be supervised. There must always be, a lifeguard or something like that. Let's hear from others, right? Let's pick. Encik Khairul, are you around? Are you willing to speak? Nak cakap bahasa Malaysia also okay? Okay, maybe ni. What about Encik Alif? You can see I'm trying to give the males a chance. I don't want this to be a female-dominated discussion. Encik Alif? Oh, come on, guys. Don't shame the male gender. Let me see. Who else male in our group? Apa ada lagi? Khairul, Alif. Looks like we've run out of males. Anyway, anyone else have got other comments? How do you think you as teachers or the other students can help this boy with the newly diagnosed epilepsy? Who wants to try and answer? Have some. What about Farah Wahida? Check out something. There you go. Mr. We have, okay, Farah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Okay. Okay. Question is, number 2, how can you and other teachers help? Is it right? Okay.
Yes, that's right. So this mom is worried about the child, Is there anything else you can do to help? What's your role?
In my opinion, we must in the class doing activities that are more interest to her or him interest. So no pressure activities that they are always do at their home, so we can try the activities in the classroom.
I'm not sure I follow the discussion. What you're trying to say? Can you try and repeat it? Hello?
Can you hear?
Yes, yes. I didn't quite follow or understand what the point you're trying to make.
Okay, teachers convince parents in school. We can give more activities to the children.
Right.
Interesting activities.
Interesting activities. I
Yes,
see.
yes. Yes.
Okay.
That is my opinion.
So that hopefully will encourage parents and the child to come to school.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna test you a bit now. What interesting activities do you do at school?
More activities in visual, audio, music.
How do you do it?
My student in the classroom more love music, video, and more activities. Use their hands like collage.
Right. Okay. Are you a special needs teacher?
Yes.
You are. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Are there I should have asked in the beginning. Are you all special needs teachers, or there are some of you are just normal teachers? Okay, let's see some hands up. Who are not special needs teachers in this group? Can I see some thumbs up if you are not a special needs teacher? I don't see any thumbs up. So you're all special needs teachers. So that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so this is more relevant to somebody, perhaps this case scenario in a normal classroom, where, everyone else is normal and the parents worried, which is a natural thing. But as some of you have suggested, the key is to try and explain to the family and convince them that you are well prepared to handle such a case of seizure if it happens at school. It's only then that the family will be confident in letting their children go to school. All right. Okay. Shall we just try this last one? And this is really an open question. I see Encik Khairul has unmuted his microphone.
Hello, Doctor. Just one question. How if there are cases always happen in school, for example, make the surrounding uncomfortable. So it's difficult for us to proceed our PDP lesson. So what is your opinion?
Can you just repeat that again? I missed the first part.
Okay. If somebody got these cases, and then it frequently happen in school, it will create unstable surrounding for the teachers, for the kids, because it's always happen in school.
Okay. Can you perhaps expand a little bit? What do you mean by unstable environment?
Somehow, for example, surrounded by special disability students, they are scared for something happen. So it will traumatize the others. We will focus on one cases or two cases, but the effect is the dominance to others. So what is your opinion, sir?
That's a very good question, and I'm sure that's a real life scenario. Sometimes we worry too much about others. We worry that, if a child has frequent seizures, the other children who are witnessing it can become afraid and may affect the other children. I suppose there are ways to try and minimize that. One, you can explain to the other children what is happening, right? And the fact that these seizures are not necessarily causing any danger, and it will not cause the others any harm. And maybe you should try and equip them, tell them what to do to help their friend who's having lots of seizures. And that includes, the simple first aid thing, like staying with the patient during a seizure, make sure there's adequate ventilation, lying them by the side. If these children are better equipped, I think they are probably will be less anxious when they see their friend who is having lots of seizures. But it's all it all depends on the individual patient as well. I mean, in general, if the child is having like multiple seizures a day, perhaps you should discuss with the family and the doctors to see if there are better ways of trying to control some of these seizures. Okay, so I see Dr. Koo is joining us now. So they've kicked you out from your room, have they?
I think we had quite a fruitful discussion.
Right.
And I think the lecture was well received, so they got all the answers right.
I see.
Yeah, achieved the aim, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, they all should be coming back to join us anyway.
Yeah.
Any other questions from this group?
Dr. Koo?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Khairul.
I just want to make it clear. You have mentioned earlier that maybe the observation ILEO that person is not affected on our health. Is it true or what's it? Because parents always says that their salvation that can affect us. Can you explain about that?
You mean when somebody is having a seizure?
Yes, and
the child is salivating, and whether the saliva can spread epilepsy?
Yes.
No. I mean, if you talk about spreading epilepsy, no. So we can hold hands, we can become friends, and we can even render a first aid, to somebody having a seizure.
Even earlier I was advised when taking care of this kind of cases, you must wash your hand properly. You must wash your clothes. Not with your family differently because of this thing lah. So
I think it's just for the hygienic purpose lah. For example, when you are rendering a first aid, so just imagine yourself at the scene of the road traffic accident. Yeah. When you don't have gloves, but you are trying to help somebody, so you get all the bodily fluids, including blood, for example, onto your shirt and so on. So you just have to, practice your hygienic measures. So I think it's the same when you're helping with somebody having a seizure. What I'm trying to say is actually, if you touch somebody, or you have been exposed to somebody's bodily fluids, including saliva, or imagine if the person injures, him or herself, say there's some blood stain on the saliva, and you're exposed to it, you won't get epilepsy or seizures as a result of this. I would say a very from this medical assistance, you won't get epilepsy, So it's not contagious through that way. But let's say this patient is having seizure and at the same time is having active influenza, of course you may get, influenza, by rendering your first aid. So what I'm trying to say is that epilepsy is not contagious. You won't simply get epilepsy just because you're exposed, to this person or, has had some, very close contact with the bodily fluids, we put it that way. Yeah. And you must understand, sometimes when you render first aid, it's good that you have your gloves and all this, but I'm not sure, I don't think, these things are readily available in most circumstances. So you just do And actually, you're not required to do anything. As I say, most circumstances, you don't have to do a CPR, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, You just have to make sure that the patient is safe, roll on one side, time the seizure, stay calm, and to be with the patient when he or she comes around. That's what you need to do. And call an ambulance if needed. Yeah.
Good question.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the explanation, Dr. Ku. So we can see that all the participants back in the main room.
Yeah, looks like it. So can we just have just one line from each group, maybe? We'll start from my group. We didn't nominate earlier, but maybe Buntarika, maybe you can talk about the risk of death, because that's something we discussed. Maybe.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Buntarika. Miss Buntarika? Yeah. Can you unmute?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you maybe just say about the risk of death from a seizure? Because that's something we discussed.
Sorry. Can I list? Can I have the question again? I'm sorry.
Okay. We discussed something about the risk of death, because this mom who didn't want the child to go to school was because she worried that the child might die in school, have a seizure and die in school. So we talked about the risk of death.
Well, the risk of death is very small. So the family or the parent shouldn't stop their children from sending them to school only because they are afraid that the seizure will cause death. It can actually happen, but the cause is very small and it's not likely to happen.
Thank you very much. Maybe somebody from the next group? Profong?
Yeah, I can't remember who I nominated. Tapi tolonglah cakap, please someone just give a bit of what we discussed briefly. Who was it? Nordiana. I know Nordiana, you were in my group. Who did we nominate? Or I nominated you. Oh, you're muted. I know you want to say something. Clearly, you want to share what you want to say.
Actually, doctor, it was me.
Oh, good. No, Diana just purposely muted herself and giving me some acts. I thought, yes.
Okay,
go on.
Just now you told me to summarize, right? Okay, this is my opinion,
yes.
okay? There is no wrong or right?
Yes, good.
Hi, my name is Afida. I'm from Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. In my opinion, a person who has epilepsy can have a normal and active lifestyle. However, there are certain of condition a person has to take care of, especially involving physical activities like swimming or maybe some running or so forth. He or she has to balance his or her life in a stress-free life, and also has to take nutritious food intake. As a teacher like myself, we need to provide them special attention, care, especially students who have epilepsy, and also give them moral support. And also our parents also play important role by ensuring their children living in a normal life as possible, and also proper management and appropriate medication as well. That's all for me. Thank you.
Wow, Prof. Fong, I think we should shortlist Cikgu Nur Afida for the next epilepsy training.
Yes. She told me she didn't listen to some of the lectures. I said, don't worry about that. The main thing is this breakout room. You just focus on this breakout room that time.
Okay. Maybe Prof. Tan, you with us still? I think Prof. Tan was in and out, right? So I don't know whether she managed to get someone. Yeah. Did you?
Yeah, I managed to go quickly into the breakout room here.
Yeah. Anyone from Prof. Tan's group want to say one or two words?
Mr. Surachit. I am not sure whether he's here. We have Dr. Noah Fiza, I think.
Dr. Afiza contributed quite well just now. So can we hear from Dr. Afiza, please? Dr. Afiza, can you summarize?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, sorry. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Okay. Just a bit from since both the participants already talk a lot about what we discussed based on the cases. In our group, we actually discuss more on how we can approach the families and also the students in school. And we suggested that we also need to include the counselor in school, because we need to include in our school we actually have the SMT, which is the school management team. So we need to include these important people in the school to especially when we wanted to have an action plan on the students. So we need to discuss among ourselves and then the parents themselves before we before we pass the case to the doctors in hospitals. So basically, that's it. And the rest already discussed mostly about the 2 case study. Thank you.
It's very good. Thank you very much. Can I just ask, and you can show a thumbs up. Have you ever seen a seizure action plan? So a child has epilepsy, and then a doctor has written a plan for them. Have you ever seen one? I'm just waiting to see any thumbs up. Yeah, it's not me. Well, what do you think, Prof. Fong? I mean, a seizure action plan is almost like a mandatory for any child in Australia where we train. But in Malaysia, I think it's a rarity.
Yeah, some of my patients, they come to see me, say, can I write a brief letter to the school just to say about epilepsy? So I will say something like, this child has epilepsy, seizures well controlled. I'll put it in that thing. And I said the child can participate in all these activities. I say, in terms of seizure management, I rarely spell out what they should do. I just say, please take the usual first aid maneuvers if the child has a seizure. And that sort of thing, but yeah, so that is as detailed as I go.
If I ask the teachers, if we have a seizure action plan available, meaning for that child, it's actually written what are the warning signs of the seizures and what you can do if the child has a seizure and what medications the child is on. Do you think that'll be helpful? Thumbs up if you think it's helpful. Yeah, I think that's probably the next thing we need to work on, Prof. Fong and the other speakers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are all these generic forms, right? That we can fill up. Yeah.
For the next event, we should have it somewhere, in Vietnam, Thailand, make it a physical event.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Dr. Koo, someone from your group, last one.
Can we have Miss Ang? Yeah, just to summarize it. I think Miss Ang answered very well just now.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My opinion about this, just now Dr. Ahmad said about the possibility that this child either can get deaf or not. My opinion is the possibility is very low if the people's surrounding knew about the situation and then they have the information about what actually is that epilepsy is. I think this problem may not be happen, because I have a few students, my students, they are having this epilepsy, and now they are the teacher trainer in my college. Yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
I think the possibility to face this kind of problem, I can say is very low. If, like I said just now, if we know, we have the information, we know actually what epilepsy is, I think this problem, I think, may not be happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ang. Thanks very much for sharing your opinion. Wow, we've come to the end, Swaila. I wish we had a much longer session. I'm sure there are many more things we could have discussed on. Yeah, we should have had just a full day training.
I told you we should have do it the whole day, and you say we should. And next time, if you want to have a physical event like Dr. Koo mentioned just now in Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, please do come in. I'll try to make myself available for the trip. All right, so thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad, Prof. Fong, Dr. Koo, Prof. Tan. Thank you so much, and for your insightful sharing. But we do have an important announcement before we go for closing. This is very urgent right now. Okay, we need these names to please respond to us. Okay, Mr. Aiman and Puan Syuhada, please take note, yeah? Okay, so these names, please respond. Siti Zahirah binti Mazin, Nora Neda binti Anwar, Suraya Hani binti Osman, Suwaibah binti Sulaiman, Sanusi bin Rahman, Chong Fong Ki, Nurul Adilah binti Abu Hassan, Shairoz Rafizan bin Osman, Muhammad Haidir bin Alias, Muhammad Zamri bin Muhammad Noor, Ahmad Shah Raizan bin Omaruddin, Najwa binti Ahmad Tarmizi. Okay, if your name is here and you are here, please respond to Mr. Aiman or Puan Syuhada. You can DM them personally. Okay. Farah Herni binti Muhammad, Omar Izzuddin bin Abdul Aziz, Muhammad Kahirul bin Osman, Cikgu Muhammad Hasrul bin Cikgu Azlan, Muhammad Rizza bin Idris, Siti Zaliha binti Abdul Rahman, Ros Mariza binti Ramli, Nur Izzati binti Ismail, Nur Shazwani binti Nur Azmi, Nur Haziwah binti Samad, Tracy Leong, Nur Inshawn binti Karim, Suhana binti Isha, I'm almost there, Zuraida binti Ismail, Mazmi binti Ma'ruf, Hajarul Bahti binti Zakaria, Muhammad Sabrinuddin bin Muhammad Yusuf, Dr. Ang Chai Tin, Dr. Nick Hassan bin Saman, Dr. Cik Norwani binti Cik Will, Nur Kisina Christine binti Benalo, Nur Azrina binti Muhammad Razi, Nur Azlina binti Ibrahim, Hajah Nur Riziati Hatini binti Haji Mataha, Majidah binti Haji Muhyiddin, and lastly, Hajah Ratnawati binti Haji Muhammad. Please respond to Mr. Aiman and Puan Syuhada. Okay, I'm sorry for taking your time on that. We would like to say once again, on behalf of all of us from SEAMEO SEN, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all of our distinguished speakers for the enlightening and beneficial presentation. Before we end the session, I would like to now invite Dr. Muhammad Azli Sani Makjalil, our Acting Director of SEAMEO SEN, to deliver his closing remarks. Please welcome Dr. Azlis.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Raymond Azman Ali, Chairman of Epilepsy Council, Malaysian Society of Neurosciences, Dr. Ahmad Ritaudin bin Muhammad, Consultant Pediatric Neurologist, Kuala Lumpur Hospital, Professor Dr. Tan Hui Jan, Senior Consultant Physician and Neurologist, Chancellor Tuanku Mukhris Hospital, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Dr. Fong Chung Yi, Consultant Pediatric Neurologist, Universiti Malaya Medical Center, Dr. Koo Chin Sung, Consultant Neurologist, Chancellor Tuanku Mukhris Hospital, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, Ms. Vilma Lozada Dimaisip, Sign Language Interpreter, SEAMEO SEN Customized Course Organizing Committee, and to all participants from SEAMEO member countries. On behalf of SEAMEO SEN, I would like to congratulate all of you for successfully completing this customized course titled Seizing the Day, Epilepsy Awareness and Support. one of the main goals of this course was to raise awareness about epilepsy and dispel common myths and misconceptions. As we all know, epilepsy is a neurological disorder that affects millions of people worldwide. By understanding the facts about epilepsy, we as educators can reduce the stigma and inequities faced by learners with epilepsy. Another important aspect of this course was to provide practical tips and strategies for supporting learners with epilepsy. The session earlier has discussed and enlightened the importance of creating a safe and supportive environment, communicating effectively, and being prepared for seizures. I hope all educators now are able to comprehend the various types of treatment options available to support learners with epilepsy to live their life to the fullest and maximize their potential to success in life. Moreover, it is also hoped that all of you here can now offer quality educational service which will help you in your duties and bring more success stories to the special education field in your country and beyond. It is worth noting that the impact of this course will extend beyond the participants. Each one of us has a role to play in spreading epilepsy awareness and advocating for better support and resources. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to the Epilepsy Council, Malaysian Society of Neurosciences, for the strong support collaborating with SEAMEO SEN in organizing today's course. Many thanks to Dr. Ahmad Ritaudin, Professor Dr. Tan Hui Jan, Professor Dr. Fong Chung Yi, and Dr. Koo Chin Sung for sharing their valuable insights on epilepsy awareness and support and making this course a success. SEAMEO SEN is looking forward to working together with Epilepsy Council, Malaysian Society of Neurosciences for the upcoming SEAMEO SEN programs in the future. In conclusion, I would like to encourage all participants to be proactive and intentional in our efforts to raise awareness, provide support, and advocate for change. I hope that this course has inspired all of you to take action and make a positive impact in the life of learners with epilepsy. On another note, I would like to inform you that SEAMEO SEN will be hosting the 5th International Conference on Special Education, ICSE, and First Innovation for Disability Inclusive Education competition from 4th to 5th October 2023 at Taylor's University Lakeside Campus, Selangor, Malaysia. I would like to encourage and invite all special education educators and advocates from SEAMEO member countries to participate in the conference and competition. For further information, please visit SEAMEO SEN website and official social media accounts. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Aziz, for your closing remarks. Your great support and guidance in ensuring that today's program is a success is highly appreciated, Doctor. So, Dr. Ahmad, Prof. Fong, Dr. Koo, and Prof. Tan, once again, thank you so much. We definitely learned a lot about the condition and the challenges faced by those who live with the condition. And thank you for sharing your insights and expertise with us. All of you have done an incredible job of answering so many questions and shedding lights on this really important topic. Let's give a round of applause for all of these wonderful speakers in the chat box. But we do believe there is still so much to learn and discuss. So we do advise all of you to visit the website shared by Dr. Koo earlier, as well as to sign up as a member in the Epilepsy Council, Malaysian Society of Neuroscience, and also download the app that Prof. Tan shared earlier. So with that, we would like to share this certificate. I would like to now invite Dr. Ahmad to please, Monisha, can you please give away the certificate to the speakers?
Wow, we've got a virtual.
How do we give away certificate?
A few words, Dr. Ahmad, from you, please.
Yeah, thanks very much again, SEAMEO SEN. Your organization is just fantastic. I think the setup and the concurrent YouTube and all that is really great, because we can reach so much further and to so many other people on your platform. Thanks again, and we look forward to working more with you in the future. Ms. Vilma, you're just fantastic. I had a little peep at the YouTube video, and I think at one point we were competing. You were doing this and I was doing that. Yes, and of course to the audience, thanks for participating, and of course to my fellow speakers who took their time off work. In fact, Prof. Tan now has rushed to some radiology department to sort some of her patients out. Thank you again, speakers, for spending your time to be with us.
Thank you. Despite your super busy schedule, you're still here with us. So, Prof. Fong, can you please accept this certificate?
Yeah, sure. Let me do this. Thank you. I'm trying to do virtually. I thank you. Oh yeah, I got it across. I got it across the web space.
There you go.
Thank you for this certificate. Appreciate it. And as usual, happy to support SEAMEO SEN. We've done that over the years. And I was telling Dr. Ahmad, over the years, we really need to do a face-to-face meeting at some stage. I think previously, Dr. Munisha, you said we can come down Malacca, right? Malacca. Still waiting for that Malacca one. Anyway, at some stage, I hope we can do something face-to-face, because we can have more interaction, face-to-face interaction. We can show more videos that is not possible over the internet. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, well said, Prof. Fong. And Dr. Koo, few words from you and certificate for you. Ta-da!
Okay, thank you so much for this certificate. I'm very glad to be part of it. As I said, this is my second time participating in this meaningful event, and I'm really, very much looking forward to the third time and many in the future. And I think all of you are equally important, as I said, because now children always believe in teachers and they trust the teachers a lot. So whatever you say actually is better than what we do in many circumstances. I think Prof. Fong and the rest will echo that. And then we see the patients probably once in a few months, but you see them every day, probably even weekends. So I think your message is very, very impactful, powerful, and important in shaping the care of epilepsy in the future. So I hope that in the future, more and more people, will join our webinar. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Koo. Thank you so much. Okay, let us give a round of applause. More applause, please. Thumbs up. Dr. Prof. Tan, you're back. I thought you left because you have an appointment. Okay,
Yes,
so that's certificate for
she
you, Prof. Tan.
She came back just for the certificate.
Certificate, very important.
Thank you. Here you go, certificate for you, Prof. Tan. A few words from you as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Suhaila. Thank you to the SEAMEO SEN group. Yeah, it's first time I'm joining, but I'm very, very pleased that to have contributed. And it's a fantastic organization by you. And I'd like to thank all the teachers for staying till the end of this course, because we all know it's very hard to stay on a virtual meeting, for such long hours. And I thank you for that. And hopefully we get to see each other for more courses next year on.
Thank you, Prof. Tan. Okay, I believe all of the participants, who are still here, and also Miss Vilma, salamat. Miss Vilma, a few words from you, Miss Vilma, please. Our sign language interpreter has been with us in the beginning. Oh, we can't hear you. Hold on. Yeah, right.
Okay, thank you very much to SEAMEO SEN for giving me the chance to interpret in this session. Thank you very much. I'm really very grateful.
Thank you, Ms.
Hope to see you again.
Hope to see you too. Okay, now to our participants, the evaluation link has been activated in the SIS system. Okay, and it'll be available until 4 o'clock Malaysia time. So what you can do is you can go to the system, SIS, and complete the evaluation form, and it will be automatically generated. However, if your name is not here present, you will not be able to generate your certificate. So any questions from the participants so far before we end the session? Everything clear, yeah? Just go back to SIS, complete your evaluation form. We have until 4 p.m. and then you generate your own certificate. Thank you, teacher Wilma. Great job. Oh, Miss Wilma, you have strong fan base here in the chat box. All right, with no question, we shall end the day. Thank you so much to everyone who's involved in making today's Seizing the Day Epilepsy Awareness and Support a great success. To everyone in Training and Consultation Division, as well as from Strategic Communication Unit. Thank you once again, and do follow us on our social media. You can search our website, go visit our Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok, as well as Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more details of the upcoming events. So I hope to see you again in the future. Thank you, everyone. All of you have been great participants. Applause to you for great engagement and great support to SEAMEO SEN. Right, thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. See you.